But anyway, so we're playing Yoshi's Island, and let's go ahead and just get started here. I love this game. It is like, it's weird because it's basically a childhood game, but not really, because I never owned it. I think the first time I actually owned it was on the GBA, which that one is mostly pretty much a direct. It's not an exact direct port, but it's pretty close compared to some of the other ones on the GBA. Compared to TKC3, who I also got for that reason to play it, and it was disappointing to say the least. But I think it was a game I must have. I think my mom, because we rented a lot of games early on, and I want to say this is one of the games that was rented as a child. Because this, and I know Dreamland 3 for sure, because I never owned Dreamland 3, but I distinctly remember getting to the DDD fight, which I must have been pretty like good as a like. I don't remember playing the ones I remember most as a kid are like DKC 2 and stuff, but like or DKC 2 and DKC 3 and then Zelda, but I had to have gotten, like, decently far in these games as a child, because, like, at least with DDD, I probably didn't do any of, like, the 100% stuff. I guarantee you I didn't do any of the 100% stuff, because, first off, 100% of that game is kind of annoying, but also, like, there's no way me as a kid would have known what I was doing in that game, really. Yeah, this is a game that I must have rented, so I remember, like, you know, Baby Mario and stuff like that as a kid. And my mom remembers that happening as well, like me, you know. I think it was either this or it was, I think this, she remembers me, maybe I'm making that up. I know she remembers me laughing about, in the movie Rescuers Down Under 2. Or, well, it's Rescuers Down Under. It is Rescuers 2, basically. But the lizard in that steals the eggs, she remembers me laughing at that as a child. But I think she remembers me, like, recognizing Baby Mario crying. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong on that. People do tend to have the tendency to, like, not really fake memories, but, like, be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense, and then just kind of be like, yeah, that happened. It's not one I don't remember that happening, so I can't really say for myself, oh, yeah, that happened, because I don't remember that. But there are, like, I remember certain things that happen. I tie memories to, like, space a lot. Like, even right now, like, a lot of times I feel like my short-term memories kind of go in a bit at times. I should have definitely died there. I feel like my short-term memory can die at times, but, like, usually if I need to remember something, I just remember it based on the location of something. So if I'm like, I need to go grab this from here, I can remember it. So, like, tying things to, like, things that were going on, or general space. And is there anything up here at all besides coins? Not really. Usually helps. So, like, so that's like I remember Dreamland 3 because of DDD specifically. But, like, I don't remember anything, like, about Dreamland 3 beyond just, like, that one, instance, really. Hey, Grim, welcome. Welcome, Mr. B, welcome, Cake Man, Fast Supersonic, Zany, Summer also, if I didn't say hi. 100%ing is not, like, the worst, it's just not fun. Like, this is one of the games I maintain. There are games that are fun to 100%. I like 100%ing. As someone who enjoys 100%ing, there are definitely games that are enjoyable to 100%. I do not think this is one of them. Tell Salas I said hi in Discord, I guess, but he's not here. Like I said, there are definitely games that are fun to 100%. I just do not think this game is one of them. Mostly because of the health, I think. But I think the red coins are kind of, like, the flowers would not be that bad on their own. But the red coins are obnoxious because, like, okay, if you play the game, this is what people tend to forget when they're judging games too, also. And I think it's important to realize. You have to kind of think about a game from the perspective of a person never playing it before to be like, does this work game design wise, right? So if you've played a game multiple times and you're like, I know where everything is, it's fine. Well, of course it's fine in your current state because you know where everything is, you looked it up or something like that. But in the case of like, because we were talking about Donkey Kong Country 60 or Donkey Kong 64 in a similar vein, and it's like if you don't know where everything is, it's a whole different experience. It's like that's a whole different experience. Like anything can be easy if you already know what to do. So in the case of like this game, where it has a lot of where all the red coins are basically pretty much you have to collect a coin to see if it's a red coin. There's no other good way to see if it's a red coin. So because of that, you pretty much are resigned to collecting everything, every coin, the first time you play, because you're not going to know what's a red coin and what's not a red coin. And because of that, it just makes the game way more tedious. The flowers, at least, okay, you know what like you see a flower, you're like, I need that. You know, it's easy enough to do in that situation. Like you know, some of them are in, hard to get locations, but they're mostly fine to get. But the problem with the red coins is the fact that you do not know what they are. It doesn't make it fun. On top of that, you then have the health. And that means you have to basically do a no damage, mostly, no damage run, especially against the bosses, while also collecting every single thing for a first playthrough. There's no it's pretty obvious why that's not fun. Not really. Like they do, Grim, but no, first off, on a first playthrough, I guarantee you're not going to really notice that and be like, oh, okay, well then I can just look for that. And secondly, when you're going through a level that's like the hectic level and trying to like not die and stuff like that, I don't know, I think in a glance you're not going to really be like, oh, well that one has a red glow on it. Like if it's there, it's so subtle. I mean, I'm not going to, like, I'm sure it's there, but I don't think it's not enough of a visual. Like, the fact that they don't just make them red tells me that they do want to kind of trick you at the very least. Because if they were gonna, if they didn't want to make you not realize what it was, they would have just made them red. You know what I mean? It's just kind of a weird design choice overall, I think. But exactly, that's my point, right? If you know where they are, like, you'll notice if you know where they are, right? But, like, on a first playthrough, it's, again, not going to be really something you're going to be considering that much. So I know as me as a kid, and me for the longest time, I never really even worried about 100% this game. I enjoyed it a lot. When I've tried to 100% it, which I think is very rare, it's just not... it's just not enjoyable. It's just not an enjoyable experience. And we talk about this every year. Like, you know, I'm not saying that you can't enjoy 100% in the game. You can. I think it's a great game that would be better if it just didn't have the 100% aspect to it, honestly. Because of the fact that I think because I think here's the other thing, and we said this before, on top of the fact that it ends up being more tedious, the game the way that you move as Yoshi is so fast-paced and fluid, and it's so weird that the 100% is so tedious and slow. They're just kind of, they don't gel well together. You know what I mean? Like, most games that are fun to 100% aren't really trying to be fast-paced games. Yoshi's Island is kind of a fast-paced game, but the 100% is antithetical, and I don't know how to pronounce that. It's the antithesis of it does not work. It doesn't work. And that too. Some of the levels are a little bit long too. I need more of these. There we go. Don't look. Summer, I'm not getting all the flowers. I don't ignore anyone. Except Sal's, apparently. Using the magnifying glass. Yeah, there is a whole item system, right? I always forget that's a thing, because it feels like I just kind of... It's kind of forgettable, honestly. I feel 100% is not meant to be something achieved on a first playthrough. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could see that. It's one of those things that I wonder in this game if it wouldn't be a better thing to, like, make it be not a thing you have to worry about until you beat the game. Like, it almost feels like again, some games, it's not an issue. But I'd almost wonder if it wouldn't be better to just be like, play the game like normal. But then you have the whole thing of people being like, well, I just wanted 100% from the start. That's unfair that I have to play it twice. And it's like, yeah, but... I don't know. There are times where that's dumb, too. But in this game, I feel like the 100% really is like a challenge mode in a lot of ways. And that is something you want to save for later. Hey, Sneaky! Thank you for the monkeys. Your favorite genre of game. Has Bubba's trick happened yet?
I love Yoshi's Tropical Island. Has Bubba's trick happened yet? Cheeky smiley face.
There is technically something similar, I guess. There's a fish that eats you. We haven't seen him yet. Look, my favorite thing about Yoshi's Island is all the dumb enemy names in this game. I have to look up the list, but there's so many dumb enemy names. Mostly because localizers were like, well, if we just make everything a pun. Cheeky smiley face. Call it how you call you coward robot. Look, some of the emote names when you like donate bits and stuff when they read it out are really funny. Because they read it, they just basically read it exactly as what the name is. So like, I've seen like they'll read like the one like if whatever the emote name is, like that's what they read out pretty much. No, we were just talking about this. Again, there are some games that I think getting 100% is fun. It's weird. I don't know. I'm trying to think what would be the ones I think are the funnest 100%. I guess Pokemon, typically in some... Well, it depends on the game, but I think getting all the Pokemon in Pokemon is fun. I think... Like, I was thinking Odyssey was another example. Though Odyssey is an example where I think it's the opposite, whereas you could say this game is better to 100% on your second playthrough. Odyssey is an example where I think it was fun getting everything in Odyssey to an extent. I think it went way too much. There was too much stuff near the end, especially the post-game stuff. That I have no desire on replay throughs. On any replay through, I just want to play through it fast. So same, you know, but I don't think 100%ing that game is necessarily bad. It's just, except for the jump rope, but I think it's just, unfun to do more than once, I think. Speaking of games that are not fun to 100%. Yeah, see, there's a whole item system here. I never use it, because it's mostly just the melons and then stuff like, you know, the magnifying glass and stuff like that. They were kind of going after what Super Mario World had for items, but I don't know. It just kind of feels like not really necessary. Odyssey, I just do my best to collect as many moves as possible. Yeah. Like Odyssey is fun because there's so many different ways you can play it and go about playing it, honestly. In terms of, like, challenge runs and stuff like that. It's cool in that respect. I think any game, too, that, like, there's a lot of games out there for 100%ing that are like, okay, to 100% our game, you have to literally bleed. Like, they have, like, the hardest challenges, and nobody enjoys doing them. Like, they're maybe great to do once, but the problem is if you want to play them again, That's the one thing with DKC 3 and DKC 2 and any game that like locks. Like those games are frustrating because I love them, but for 100%ing it's frustrating because like technically just running through the game and ignoring the bonuses, you get an ending, but they treat there's technically an actual ending if you get the bonuses really. Because I mean I know DKC 3's actual ending is dumb too, but it is weird how it doesn't really feel like you get the end until you get the actual end. With like, because there's like K-Rool survives in both cases, so I don't know. It's just kind of weird there. I don't think any game should lock the final ending behind 100%. I think that's the thing. If you want to make 100% be a thing, it should never be locking the actual ending. Like, I like playing DKC 3, and I like getting the bonuses and stuff like that. I think that's fun. But, especially having done Warpless and stuff recently, I think it's pretty fun to just play that game fast as well. I think it's a little different than this game, where I think it's fun to play it both ways. I don't know if I really would agree that playing this game, like, getting 100%, I don't think, even when it's a challenge, I don't think I really ever enjoy it, to be honest. Whereas DKC 3, I do enjoy getting the bonuses and stuff. I just don't want to do it all the time. You know, it's sometimes fun just to play it fast. No, I don't want to be in this plant. Guys, want to see me eat these? It's fine, we can do drugs. Oh, my baby. He touched the... They are different. Again, I think with DKC 3... Well, I guess you could argue hunting for secrets, and that's a little tedious at times. But the levels in DKC 3 and 2 are both way shorter, which I think is what makes the difference in a lot of ways. Yoshi's out in blunt rotation. I would never do 105%. That just seems like not fun. Again, as I've gotten older, I've kind of like during my like late teens college era, I was like, oh yeah, I got 100% everything. And then as I got older, I was like, or I could just not. Like I like doing it. If the game is fun to play 100%, I will do it. But like, okay, a good example of a recent game like this is Crash 4. Do not 100% Crash 4, you will cry. It is not fun to 100%. I don't know why I grabbed that. It is literally made to be impossible to 100%. There is way too much stuff in that game. It's not enjoyable in any respect. It does not respect your time. Do not play it. Which way do I go here? I think I go up. I know that it has an arrow there, but I think the arrow is misleading. I think I go up. Do not go up. Why is there a middle ring here? I think doing it once is... There's a lot of things where you could do it once, it's fun to try it once. The problem I have is if any game where you... Though, I guess in recent years, I haven't really even replayed many games, to be honest. I've mostly just kind of... done my own thing. Okay, I'm thinking of a different castle for... There's one that you do need to go, like, in a different direction. This one, I guess you just go straight. But, in recent years, I haven't really replayed games as much as I used to. Well, I say that, and then I actually have. Like, I haven't, and I have, because I've stopped replaying, like, games, but then, like, I'm also, like, playing this right now, literally. What am I doing? I need to get over there. There's a faster way to do this than what I'm doing. Which is to say, don't do what I'm doing. But, like, I think, so a good way to play games, again, I think speedrunning is a really fun way to replay games, I feel like. It's kind of the antithesis of 100%ing, right? I mean, I know there's 100% speedruns too, but, you know. Dickie 3 is a ton of fun. You enjoy replaying more than getting 100%? I don't think that's really weird. It's more so, like, it used to be like, I judge a game based on whether it's fun to replay. And more so, I'm thinking, like, nowadays, I've been playing so many new games that I'm like, if a game is good on a first playthrough, I don't know if I really care as much if it's fun to replay, per se. Because there's a lot of games that I'm like, well, this is good, but it's not good if you replay it. And it's like, yeah, but how much does that actually matter in terms of, like, the metric of judging a game? Does it really matter if it's good for replaying? I don't know. What'd I say right? Hey, look, it's this boss we'll never see again. Ever. Ever again. They'll see me next week. Breath of the Wild is one of the perfect examples of a game that I have never replayed and have no desire to replay because I don't think it will be as good. I think there's been an argument on people saying that games shouldn't have, like, surprises and stuff, like plot twists and stuff, because, well, it doesn't matter, you're gonna replay it. But it's like, I don't know, like, you don't replay stories usually. You don't reread. I mean, you can reread stories, but you don't really, like, you know, I hate this boss. Like, I think a good plot twist is good, even if you're like, well, yeah, but on a replay through, it's not gonna be, you're not gonna be surprised. It's like, yeah, but you don't need to have the same experience twice, necessarily. And also that, there's plenty of games where the plot twist makes a replay through even more exciting because you can see things that you didn't see the first time. Exactly, yeah. Same wave, or same, wavelength. I feel like that's a bad, well, I don't know if it's a bad mentality. I feel like that's I feel like you should get Game Pass because then you don't need to worry about that. No, I think the problem with having that mentality is like, I get it, you know, capitalism and saving money and stuff like that. I get it. I'm not, like, saying anyone's wrong to worry about, you know, making sure they get their money's worth, especially, like, if you're on a tight budget. I understand. I think the problem with that is I think it ends up, I don't know what the right way to describe it is. I don't want to say, like, there's basically no way to make that work in a way that isn't going to, at least in some cases, make some games worse for no other reason than simply just you didn't have enough, like, it just didn't have enough content for the money, you know what I mean? Because there's so many indie games that are just short experiences that, like, I just don't know if you can really, there's no way to accurately make that work for every game. But, like, at the same time, I get, you know, I'm not discrediting what you're saying on that, Mr. B, because, like I said, I get it. I do understand it. It's just also, there's, like I said, there's no, I don't know if there's a way to, I don't think there's a right way to make that work. Beyond just, like, you know, speedrunning 100%ing, I guess, works in some respect, but I don't know. It's, yeah, it's a tough thing. Okay, see, this is what I get for looking at chat. I was trying to look at chat and look for responses, and then... I had one math professor who, if you passed the test on a section, would automatically give you a passing grade on all the homework. Nice. Poochie barely appears in this game. Like, I think that's pretty much the only time Poochie appears. At least, within, except for the extra levels, but... But yeah, like, I mean, ideally, video games should just be, you know... I don't know. There's no, like, I mean... You know what my answer is. Get rid of money. That's my answer. Remove money from society, and then all our problems would be... Not really. We'd have more problems, probably, but different ones. Maybe easier ones. Here's my solution for fixing society. We should all just be seals. Seals are so happy and carefree. If we were all seals, it would be a much better place. That's my logic. Or pretty much any animal, to be honest, but... Maybe not hippos. Mega Seal 400. Look, am I wrong? I got you. You have a dog. Oh, I also forgot to make the joke of Summer. You now have a puppy. Isn't there like multiple Spider-Man villains who try to turn society into... I know there's like, isn't there one who's literal? I think there was a cartoon clip of it where he just wants to. Wasn't it the guy that wants to make everyone dinosaurs? Not for any actual reason, just because. Like, what am I thinking of? I think there was something that's just like. I think it was a Spider-Man villain. Look, you can't have all the puppies. If you have all the puppies, you have none of the puppies, Summer. I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn people into... Yeah, that one. Hey man, I respect it. You know, he knows what his life goals are. Turn people into dinosaurs. There's worse life goals out there, I would argue. Maybe. Oh, I need to be Super Mario. You don't respect being turned into a dinosaur? I think being a dinosaur would probably be fine. Well, you could be... Okay, here's the thing. We're thinking of, like, prehistoric dinosaurs, right? But if we were turned into dinosaurs in the modern age... We probably would be like, it'd be like the Super Mario Bros. Movie, the original one, before they ruined it by adding Chris Pratt. You would probably be, like, I don't know, humanoid dinosaurs, I guess. I think it's funny, though, talking about that, how people, like, when they think of, like, evolutionary things, they're like, okay, like, even, like, the Squid Kids, it's like, what is the evolutionary end of squids in, like, Splatoon? Well, still humanoid. I do respect that some of the sea creatures aren't. Like, you have Big Man, who is, like, basically still just a manta ray, but he's an intelligent manta ray that can live on the surface and walk on his legs, or his fins. But he's also still just a manta ray. But I think it's funny how, like, if you look at, like, a lot of, like, speculative fiction, they're always like, okay, yeah, but if this thing evolved, it would still be humanoid. What if it wasn't? Like, why does it have to be humanoid as the final evolutionary, I would say final, but, like, as an evolutionary, like, the next step? Okay, hang on, I can't look at chat while I'm fighting mice. Look, I'm not... Apparently, yes. But do they want to have conventions? I asked that question. I said, what was the first convention that we had that ever existed? Like, obviously, like, political conventions and stuff, but it's gotta be sci-fi, right? Like Star Trek. That's gotta be, like, the first modern, like, nerdy convention was probably Star Trek era. I think I actually want this ice melon. Oh, that's not what I wanted to have happen. Actually, very much I... There. I think this is the right way. Oh my lord, this section sucks. It's not even that hard, I'm just being bad. Please let me back up. Thank you. You were talking about the... I mean, basically, yes, also that, too. I remember seeing real parodies of that one along the lines of, I don't want to solve world hunger, I want to buy Twitter. Ah, poor Twitter. Not really poor Twitter, but... I was watching, DBZ Abridged, their Team 4 Stars doing their, like... well, they're taking a break now, but they've been doing a rewatch, basically, Lanny and Kaiser have been doing a rewatch of their whole series, and, like, developer commentary, basically. And, they just got through the Frieza arc, and they're doing the movies too and stuff, but they're gonna come back in February into season 3. But anyway, so at one point, they in one of the Frieza episodes, like near the battle, they have I think King Kai is like watching the stuff, and he's talking to either Tien, I think it was Tien, about like Tien was trying to figure out what was going on, and he's like, well, you should just hold my grab my shoulder, and you know what you could see what was happening, and Tien basically is like, no, you smell, and King Kai's response is, no, it's just my natural musk. And then he says, stop saying musk, and they were like, oh well, that could be easily used out of context. And they're like, yeah, it already has been. Like, it's the perfect line to use with this current situation. So I hope everyone had a good Christmas. I know technically this is like, again, it's the Christmas special when it's post-Christmas, but I don't know, it's still like Christmassy. Some people don't even do like, some people do stuff on different days anyway. Like, we celebrate most of my Christmas stuff. I did do stuff yesterday, but a lot of our stuff for Christmas we did weeks before. Like, my mom did like a party of sorts on the 19th, like 17th, I think, 17th, and then did friend Christmas that Monday. But we did, like, I went over to my grandmother's yesterday, and it ended up being okay. Like, I was on work the night before, but I ended up being fine. Talked games and stuff with some people, which is nice. It's hard, like, my family has a way different interests than what I have, mostly. But, some of that, my one cousin's husband knows games a lot, and it's fun to talk stuff that I enjoy. Because that's part of why you make friends, because you want to talk about stuff that you have similar interest into. But it was enjoyable. And then I slept right after, and I got good sleep. The only issue I've been having is our furnace has had issues. So my furnace had issues last week, or like on like Tuesday or so, and I'm like, it's not working. and they're waiting on a part basically. But the there was a stopgap that was done. Can I cheat this? I don't think I can. There was a stopgap of sorts that was done to... I think I actually want to, like, not do this. Hang on. So the stopgap that, like, wouldn't really fix it, but made it, like, not be super cold, at least for a bit. The problem is, this weekend's been super cold, so the stopgap hasn't really been working at this point. And so I have space heaters now, and at this point it's actually not bad. Hang on, that's not what I want to do. I screwed that up. I know what I want to do. I want to get rid of that button, though. Okay. Now I need you to move... No. I forgot how I... Yeah, you don't need to hit the button at all. No, I don't want you up there. Come back, my friend. But anyway, yeah, it's been very cold, so that's been the only unfortunate thing. And anyone that's complained about, like, the cold, like, I get it to some extent, but also, most people have been complaining about the cold because it's cold outside, but they only go out for, like, at most, maybe, like, a little, like, just a few seconds anyway. But they're still in a warm house. I was not. And I like the cold, but I legit was not comfortable. Like, to the point that my hands were literally, like, ice cold. Everything I touched was ice cold. It was not fun. We did Christmas here for the first time in 5 years. That was nice. Well, I assume part of that was obviously probably the pandemic, but, like, was just, like, getting together before that, like, you know, arranging things. I feel like last Christmas was good, but I feel like this is the first... Unfortunately, my mom wasn't able to come to Grandma Christmas because of... She probably could have made it, but she ended up backing out because of the roads. Because there was a little bit of, you know, snow and stuff. It wasn't horrible, personally. I didn't think it was that bad. It was way worse in other places in our region than where we're at. But beyond that, I thought it was really good, honestly. Just family passing, so we haven't done anything well. That makes sense. Time goes on. You kind of just, you know, you kind of just enjoy what you have and don't worry about. Like I've kind of come to the, you know, I've had multiple friend groups and stuff like that, and you kind of come to the conclusion that you don't really worry about, like, you know, things happen, you grow apart, but it's just, you know, you enjoy what time you have, I guess, is more what I'm trying to say. Need a bat. Need a bat. Anyone get any cool gifts or things, or have any good food? My favorite thing for Christmas, food-wise, is ham. Like, I love ham. I love leftover ham. Ham is like, I don't like that. I hate deli meat ham. I think deli meat ham is an insult to ham, because deli meat ham is too thin, and no, you need a nice, like, actually thick, you know, got some little fat on it, ham. That's like the best kind of ham. I love that. Christmas cookies obviously are very good. Pies and stuff like that for desserts. I think we had, let's see, I know my mom did, like, the roast beef, like you know, beef on the whack and stuff like that. Pulled pork was that what we did at my mom's. For Grandma, we had, like, macaroni, cheesy potatoes. Those are all good. It's kind of like more like a buffet, like help yourself kind of style. Also did, let's see, what else did we have? I'm thinking of what's in my fridge because I have a few leftovers. Oh, meatballs, which I don't know. I'm not the like. Probably a bad Italian. I'm not the biggest meatball. Like, it depends. There are sometimes really good meatballs. I'm not the biggest meatball fan. I'm also really do not like meatball subs. I just think meatball subs are weird and gross. Like, I'm just not the biggest meatball sub fan. I like meatballs in, like, pasta, but, like, meatballs by themselves are fine. We had Corv, though, because they always have Corv because, like, it's a good luck thing. I think it was Corv. Maybe it wasn't Corv. It was sweet sausage, anyway. It was really good. I think like Corv isn't, but maybe I'm wrong. Onion balls. You gotta adjust your recipe a bit. Rice Krispie treats. Oh, that's good. I don't think I've had Rice Krispie treats in a long time. Honey baked ham is good. I know some people do turkey. That's more of a Thanksgiving thing, but they still do turkey sometimes at Christmas as well. I feel like Christmas you can pretty much do whatever for, like, food, to be honest. I don't think there were. I mean, honestly, they probably would have been better with onions, because I love onions. Onions are great. The more onions, the better. Okay, I want to say I want to go here. I'm finding I'm actually remembering stuff pretty well. But this is going to be the part where I'm like, oh, actually, no, I don't remember anything. Hang on. I'm like, are they going to come up that I can put? No, I can't. Okay, whatever. That's where I need to go. As far as like Christmas gifts, I posted most of what I got. The big thing, I think the biggest gift I got was probably the, I got the Lego Mario block a while back. Like as far as like big gift in terms of like, you know, I guess monetary, but also probably like physically also. But that was that was pretty fun putting it together. It made me want to kind of put other Legos together. The problem is Legos are just so expensive, but they're definitely worth it. There's got to be a way to do this easier than what I'm making it out to be. Because that's the way I have to go, I'm pretty sure. Okay, there we go. I'm like, I think I can just bounce on one of those bats. I would go to BrickCon, but I don't know where... I don't know how I would have time to go, though. I guess. We could look at my level scores. My favorite gift was probably I got from a very good friend, Splattershot Jr. 3D print, which is pretty sick. Plus some sticker packs, but like that's on my shelf now. It's really cool. Like I said, I love getting gifts that are things I didn't really think about getting, but end up really liking. Those are my favorite ones, and I love giving gifts. It's fun to give gifts to people. I'm like, this is probably not the right way. It's fun to give gifts to people. I think it's almost funner to get gifts than it is to give gifts. And apparently I hit out of the park mostly. I was a little worried. I don't know with my nephew, like I got him a Gengar backpack because he likes his favorite Pokemon. And he like fell over, and I'm like, I don't like, but apparently that's good. I don't know. My one brother's like, oh no, that's what boys do if they fall over. That means they like it. And I'm like, I didn't do that. Like I need to like decodify kid language, I guess. I don't know, but apparently he really enjoyed it. Really liked it, but. Maybe I just, like, I'm the kind of person that if I really like something, I'll be like, oh yeah, crap. But I'm also, like, really bad at probably really... I feel like I talk so much on some things, and that people have a hard time telling when I'm really excited because, you know, I'm just always talkative. So it's like hard to tell like when I'm being really genuine. Like I always worry about that. But the thing is, when it comes to, I lost my train of thought here. I legit don't know what I was trying to say. Huh. Well, I just got derailed. I like things. I literally don't know what I was trying to say. I lost track of what I was trying to say. But yeah, I really, I enjoy gifts that... Oh, I know what I was trying to say. I was gonna say, like, you guys wouldn't think it based on how much I talk on stream and stuff, but I really actually am quite the introvert. I really enjoy time to myself because, I get exhausted. You know, I enjoy talking to people. I enjoy talking, but it does get exhausting. You know, so to some extent, it's like I do worry about how, you know, like I said, because to some extent, like talking isn't natural to me. I mean, it is, but like it's definitely something I've gotten better about in terms of, you know, trying to make sure people are understanding what I'm trying to say. Because I always worry about, you know, conveying the wrong thing a lot of times. So the point being is it's not like I get it. I can like I'm not gonna be like, oh wow, he fell over, so you know he must have hated it. Like no, but it's just weird. Like because I definitely get the whole not being able to convey things correctly. Exactly. You are very excited to come to Minnesota for look. I'm. Are you paying for my ticket? When it comes to certain kind of gift, what do you mean? You got a new case for all my physical Switch games? That's nice. That's really good. I've said, like, I mean, I have my Switch games on my shelf, but I don't have them. Well, I have more now, but I don't have as many physical Switch games as I do digital. But, like, the best stuff that I always got for, like, the DS was those, and 3DS had them, too, were the cases that Nintendo, Club Nintendo had, that you could put, I think they have some now for this, I think those, you can get them for the Switch on, I think it's on, I don't know if that's what the ones you got, but I know they have some on the Nintendo, My Nintendo, I think you can get physically. But anyway, like, I get the whole keeping things for collecting purposes, because it looks nice to have, like, a nice collection, but, like, it saves so much space having them all in one, like, case. It's very nice. But I don't keep them in the cases. They were all in the Chica Slate carrying case, but I can't fit everything in there. Yeah. No, and that's... I mean, there's a part of me... So I got a label maker as well for Christmas. Specifically because I want to label my N64 games for my shelf. Which, so you'd be like, okay, well, you're going to go really, you know, hard on collecting again. It's like, I don't really want to. It's cool to have a nice collection, but, like, it's mostly just going to be there to sit there and that's it. But at least for what I have, I want it to look, you know, a bit more presentable and easier to label. I don't know. Okay, this is the one I need to remember where I need to go. It might be here. I think it is. This seems right. Either that or this is completely wrong. Okay, yeah, this is right, I think. Actually, no, this might be wrong because I think I need to get a key first. Because this is the potted ghost place, right? Hey chat, am I in the wrong spot? Because I think I need to go the other way first. No, I have to go the other way first. I'm pretty sure. If I'm wrong, tell me to go back. But I'm 90% sure I actually want to go back to the past. Oh wait, no, here. This is right. This is right. Okay, hang on. We're good. As far as games, the only games I really got were Digimon Survive, which I'm kind of excited to play. I know some people have said bad things about it, but the people who have said bad things are the people who thought it was going to be completely a strategy game and not a visual novel. For those who have said it's a visual novel, I think they've been pretty happy with it, and I've kind of wanted a good visual novel after playing Beacon Pines. I mean, AI, the Somnium Files as well, but that was, at least, you know, earlier. And then I also got Dragon Quest Treasures, which I didn't realize was by Tosei, who made, like, Starfy. Like, they're the ones that developed the game, really. Oh, you're trying to jump. Okay, I wasn't sure. Zane, you recommend me some detective games. Tactics Ogre, I've heard is good. I mean, it's a remake, but it's a remake of a game that I think is pretty hard to get, so... And I'm sure most people have not played the original. Atelier or Sophia, I've definitely, like, heard of, but... Again, I don't know much about that series. That's one of those series that, like, I have heard of. It's definitely, like, got a lot of games in it, but, like... It's one of those ones, like people clearly play them, but I never hear really anyone talking about them or anything, because, like, I only ever see them on lists. Same thing with, like, there's a whole bunch, like, Valkyrie Chronicles. Like, there's, like, what, 6 of those games? People must buy them and enjoy them, but I can't tell you I've ever seen anyone talking about them. It could just be I'm out of the wrong, you know, not in the right circles, but... Start with Ryza. There's always, like, one game that's just a better game to start with for any series. And then you have something like Mario, where it's, like, pretty much... I don't think you could really go wrong with Mario as far as, like, what game to play first. It doesn't really matter which game you play for Mario, I feel like. Why am I here? Yeah, you told me about that, but isn't that the game where it's, like... I think maybe I'm thinking of an anime that's not, though. But I swear there's, like, something that's a plot of that it's all a metaphor for sex. That the robot, it's all, like, a coming-of-age story or something. But I think I'm thinking of an anime that also involves mechas. So I could be wrong on that. I've been so out of the anime loop. I haven't watched anime in forever. And... I think there's, like, just no good animes anymore from what I've seen. They're either all going into the ugly 3D route, or they're just not... I don't know, it just doesn't feel like there's an adventure anime. I do need to catch back up on Hero Academia, though, because I really do want to... I think the anime is now where I was in the manga when I stopped, so... Well, okay, yes, it's Evangelion, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. It's a different one about where everything is a metaphor for sex. That's not Evangelion. Which is not Okay, hang on. I need to, first off, get away from these bandits. Evangelion. No, it's not Space Dandy. Space Dandy also sucks. It's a more recent anime. No, it's not Fully Cooley. Also, Space Dandy isn't a metaphor for sex. It's a metaphor for being a bad show, but... Space Dandy just, like, might be the worst anime I've ever seen, actually. Like, literally, I actually think it might be my least favorite thing I've ever watched. There were episodes that were okay. But man, is that guy obnoxious. It's like Johnny Bravo in space if it wasn't funny. In some respects. Fully Cool he might be. Is just all mechas just sex? Is that just what mechas are about, apparently? Apparently it's a common trope. I do like this boss, even though it's silly. It's an interesting way of doing a final boss or a final boss for a world. I think it's an interesting boss, but it's not hard. It's not Guilty Crown. It's a recent anime. Maybe Guilty Crown is recent, but... No, it's not Attack on Titan. That's also not about... That's about Nazis, I'm pretty sure. It's more reason than Attack on Titan, I can tell you that. Yes, it's that. Thank you, Grim. I'm pretty sure it's that. As soon as I saw the name, I'm like, it's a weird name, and as soon as I saw that, I'm like, yeah, it's definitely that. Darling in the Franxx. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, you kind of feel bad for it. He's not really doing anything. He's just he's not really even attacking you. He's just existing. Welcome to Monkey World, also. What's your favorite kind of monkey? Okay, there's Bubba's trick, though we're passing him, but that's where the catfish is. Okay, now we're playing with power. Superpower. No! Damn it! That's not really... It's Ghost Fire, though, so it's not... It's fine. Oh, really? It won't scroll the screen. Interesting. There we go. First try. Yeah, and it looks ugly. It looks so bad, Summer. I hate... Maybe that's my hottest take. I don't know. Maybe I'm in the minority. I think 3D anime looks awful. Like, more often than not. There was some 3D anime I watched and saw recently that I actually thought looked good, but it's because it was not trying to be, like, mimicking 2D. I think in games it's fine. Like, Three Houses doesn't bother me, but I wouldn't want to watch a whole show about it. I wish I was. I love Trigun. I just don't. I just don't like how it looks. Maybe it was Chainsaw Man. We're not gonna do this guess the anime thing again. It was something I saw recently that I thought looked okay. I can't remember what it was. But it was definitely something that just did not look at all like... It was like doing something completely different. I just don't think 3D anime looks as good. This is not named that anime tune. I know, what was it? I saw, I think, yeah, Summer, you love to talk about B-Stars, and I like how the opening to B-Stars actually looks better than the actual show. Because the opening is like this cool stop-motion animation, it's kind of sick. And the actual show's like, what if we made anime, but it was ugly? I don't know if I'm in the minority on this opinion. I feel like I might be, like, that 3D anime looks bad. I might be on the minority. I don't know. I don't think if I am, I'm like, I think there's other people that agree with me on that. But I think I'm slowly becoming the minority if I wasn't. Because I think the more people get used to it, I just think 2D would look better. 2D would also be probably more expensive, but my thing is, even if 3D anime didn't look bad, it still looks better as 2D because it's just trying to be 2D but in 3D. Guilty Gear handles it well along with... Well, like, what was it? And Pon... See, this is why I think I'm on the minority, because Pon said, the new movie that came out for Dragon Ball was Dragon Ball Superheroes, and that's 3D. And Pon said it didn't look too bad. It had a little bit of the weird stuff in motion, but he said it was mostly fine, especially when it was flat. And to be fair, when it's not moving, it probably is fine. Or when it's not like... When it's at static... When they're in one spot and they're not, like, moving around a bunch. But... I just... Maybe I'm just more, like... I can notice it more, but, like... it's the same kind of thing with why I don't like 60 FPS a lot of times. It just looks off. It's got this uncanny valley effect to it. It just freaks me out, and I can notice it, and it doesn't stop bugging me. And so, like, even that one, which is probably in the spectrum of being better, still looks bad to me. It just would look better if it was 2D. No, Neppy Nut, leave me alone. I don't want to be like, oh, I'm just better at seeing stuff than... No, I don't know if that's really it, honestly. Like, maybe I am, but I don't really think it is that I'm just better at seeing or something. I just think it just bothers me more. I don't know. I love how this one Shy Guy is just tall for no reason. They don't give a reason as to why he's tall. He just is. Is the level with Barney Bubble? I think it is. This is the weirdest thing you have to do in this level, because this is where you need to go. Don't know why you need to backtrack to this door. I'm not really backtracking, but... It's Neppy Nut. It's his name. SM lied to you. He's not a blarg. I guess he's in the blarg family, maybe, but... He's only a blarg in spirit. It's so weird that Yoshi transforms so much in this game. I feel like it's not really something you ever think about Yoshi doing in anything but this game, but he does transform into multiple vehicles in this game. Okay, I think this is where we see Barney Bubble. Again, a character that just only appears in one level here for no reason. There's so many, like, one-off enemies. Maybe it's not here. Maybe it's in a different level, but I think it's here. Because is Prince Froggy next? Or do we have one more level after this? go this way. No, I think it is here, maybe. Or maybe I passed him already. It's possible I have already passed him because he's so unnecessary. Yeah, games that I don't think are good. Well, okay, Crafted World I actually don't have any opinion on because I never actually played it, so... Woolly World, though, I can say is probably my least favorite Yoshi game. Probably easily an actual hot take. Of the ones I've played, though, which aren't as many as I could, like, I didn't play New Island. I didn't play Crafted World. I guess I technically didn't play Topsy Turvy either. But of the ones I played, Yoshi's Island, Yoshi's Island DS, and Yoshi's Story in that. Unless I'm forgetting one. This is the best. Then Yoshi's Story. And then I guess DS. Because I thought DS had some interesting ideas. Even though I think DS has issues, I think it at least has some interesting ideas that made it feel unique. Woolly World is just not fun. Woolly World controls badly. Yoshi just feels off in that game to control. And then it has the problem this game has with 100%, but it's even worse. They were like, hey, you know how this game isn't fun to 100%? What if we added more? Well, Yoshi's like perfection. The game Yoshi for the puzzle game for the NES, like that's #1 right there. Cookie, I probably is fine. Yoshi's Cookie also has very little to do with Yoshi, I'm pretty sure. Like, I think Yoshi appears in that, but what does he do? Does he eat the cookies? I guess he must. Both Yoshi and Yoshi's Cookie have very little to do with Yoshi. I mean, obviously in Yoshi, you're hatching eggs that make Yoshis, but you're really just playing as Mario, and I don't even know why the Yoshis are trapped in eggs anyway. Okay, yeah, Yoshi Safari is very good, too. I do like that game a lot. Probably higher than DS. I think Yoshi's Story is better, though. Yoshi's Story is one of those games that is actually, that's one of those games that is actually fun to 100%. That's actually it's the antithesis of Yoshi's Island. Because Yoshi's Story is, like, easy as heck to play normally. Because you can just, like, do whatever and just run, like, grab fruit. But if you're trying to get, like, all the melons, which is what I would consider 100%, because it's the highest score, it's got arcade elements to it. But if you're trying to, like, get all of the, I don't know why I was taking that thing. If you're trying to get all the melons, it's pretty difficult, but in a satisfying way. Meanwhile, you have Yoshi's Island, which is the opposite. It is less fun to play that way. See, I don't think they're... I mean, it's been a while since I've done it. I don't think they're as much a pain. Because the game is so easy that I feel like it's fine relative to the game itself. Yeah, I don't know. I don't agree, but I don't really think, like, you know, I think it's just I don't really see, like... I don't think you're wrong or anything like that. I wouldn't anyway, but I get what you're like. I could see why you might think that. I think it's like one of those things where it's like just, you know, preference more than anything else. Because I don't know. I'd have to play the melon one again because maybe it is worse than I remember it being, but I think it's not too bad. I guess if you're trying to... I guess here's the difference, right? If you're trying to play through the game 4 times to get all melons, that is probably bad. I think... I'm just talking about, like, one run of all melons is pretty fun. But if you're, like, doing it back-to-back, all the 4, because there's different pages, then yes, that would be not fun. But I think just a run of melons is fun. Look, I don't need the flower, Summer. way up to Froggy. That's like has it been an hour? I think I'm going a little slow, to be honest, but... Usually I take 4 hours at this. I started like, what, 7:30 or so, basically? When I actually started. You think I'm going fast? Hey, look, it's that boss from Monster Boy. Man, I really love Monster Boy. They're releasing a Monster Wonder Boy collection again, but it's like it's a different collection now that has like it has like all the different versions or a lot of the different versions. Like it's like, oh, here's this one from the Game Gear and the one from Genesis and all these other ones. I'm not opposed to getting one of those collections, honestly. Really not there yet. I think we said that it ricocheting off the sides actually does more damage, but whatever. If you guys hadn't checked out my run of Monster Boy from SGM, I really recommend you checking it out. It was very fun to do. I know it's been a bit at this point, but it's on the Stack Game Marathon YouTube channel. It's on Twitch channel too, but it's on YouTube. And honestly, it's a game you should probably. And I gotta imagine it's on sale. Probably for not that much. All the games I like are on sale because nobody plays them. Like Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, I believe is like $4 right now. And it's such a good game, but I don't know how it did sell because like are Playtonic even doing anything right now? I know they're like a self-publisher. They're publishing other games from other indie companies. But are they themselves developing anything? Because I'm seeing all the stuff that they've published, but like, are they making a Yooka-Laylee? Or are they making something completely different? I don't know. Kind of what indie games are coming out this coming year? I know the big ones are going to be One Crab's, well, for me, One Crab's Treasure, which is you play it's Hermit Crab Dark Souls, which is amazing. Like I didn't. It's kind of weird that I've kind of actually probably am more into Dark Souls than other people I know. I'm not into Dark Souls. I think the actual Dark Souls games are probably not that good. But I like indie Dark Souls like Death's Door, and I guess if you count Tunic, because they're better than Dark Souls. But I think, but like the idea of playing as hermit crabs, where you need a shell in order to do damage and stuff like that's such a cool idea. Hermit crabs like are probably the perfect protagonist for like interesting game ideas. Honestly, the hermit crabs in general are just pretty awesome. Darn it. Yeah, it was. It's by the people who made. It's Aggro Crab who made the. What's the game? It's the game with the zany likes that I play. I also like that is Going Under. Going Under. It's the game where it's got the Breath of the Wild like weapon damage aspect, but it's a roguelike dungeon crawler where you're at a indie startup. It's very cute. I like that game a lot. But I think they're doing this to like make more money. While also still being creative, but like first off they're doing a game that has crabs and they're called Aggro Crab. And also they're doing Dark Souls. But I don't know how many people actually unfortunately for that game it came out the same month that Hades came out. So most people played Hades. Both Hades and that I enjoyed, which I mean Hades is getting Hades 2 also. But I think I actually like Going Under. I think Going Under was more creative. Overall, I think, but both are really good for different reasons. I think Hades is more good for the narrative stuff. I think the gameplay was good, but it was just pretty, standard. Whereas I mean, there was definitely, you know, issues with going under in some respects, but I think the aspect of losing weapons and stuff in that setting was kind of interesting. Yeah, one's Crab's Treasure. Yeah, you will definitely potentially enjoy that, Sneaky, because it's got hermit crabs. But that's coming out next year. Mina the Hollower is coming out next year, which I'm kind of excited for because I really actually think I like Game Boy Color aesthetics a lot. I am kind of surprised we're getting Hades too, but I'm not against it entirely. No, Summer, you don't. Only Zany likes things. You hate everything. I don't even know what Bloodborne is, except for that it's a really silly name. Apparently it's Dark Souls, but I thought it was like... I always thought it was like a shooter. But I think I'm thinking of something else that has a similar sounding name. And by similar, it probably is not at all similar, but it's similar to my brain. Yeah, you know what also is probably months away? Silk Song. Also just not probably coming out ever. I mean, it's got to come out this year, right? Because it's coming to Game Pass. So it has to come out this year. There are guns, but it's not a shooter. How can there be guns and not be a shooter? Also, genres are fucked. Shooter, we're not going to get into genre debate because we go in it forever, but shooter is the dumbest genre name. Because it's, I mean, platformer's not much better to be fair, but shooter, like, there are, like, distinctly different shooters. Like, at least with platformers, you're pretty much doing the same thing in a platformer mostly. Whereas with shooters, more often than not, you're playing a completely different game from a side-scrolling shooter versus a not side-scrolling shooter, also known as a first-person shooter, or a third-person shooter, which is also different from a first-person shooter. Skipping all of this. Okay. I think I go this way. I do not like the hairy hedgehog. Oh, I need a key, don't I? Where do I get the key from? Do I not need a key? Wait, I have the key. What am I doing? I don't want to be here. Exactly, Zany. It's not. You know the game also has a car? DK64! I don't think Nina got to that level, but there certainly is a racing section. Several racing sections, but... Look, I don't read keys. No, I'm not lying. There is a racing section in the factory. Wait, I'm thinking of Battleborn? Isn't that what Grimm said? Bloodborne? Why are there two games with "born" in the title? Battleborn and Bloodborne are basically the same game in my... They're both bees. It's Bee-born. If you're on foot, is it a foot racing game? I mean, Sonic R. How many games have Kong? I mean... Yeah, but they're all in the same series. Bloodborne and Battleborn, I assume, have nothing to do with each other. The only thing they have to do with each other is they confuse me. Also, I want to point out, I love that as soon as I started talking about, like, insect or insect-like things, Sneaky immediately started talking in chat. That's how I get her attention. I mentioned rhinoceros beetle, and there she is. Not probably, well, probably actually, but... I'm trying to think what other indie games are coming out next year that are actually, like, I'm excited for, honestly. Did you ever finish ranking all the Yoshi games? I did! What other games did I miss? What is that guy doing? Like, the only Yoshi games that are existing are... So you have Yoshi Yoshi Cookie, which, again, can't really rank those. Yoshi Safari, which is good, but, again, different from the other Yoshi games. You have Yoshi Island, Yoshi's Island DS, Yoshi's New Island, which, of those, New Island I assume is the worst, but I didn't play it. Woolly World, which is Yoshi's Island, but really, really bad. And then, oh, there's Barney Bubble. There he is. See, so Barney Bubble, if you do this, hang on, come here, Barney. Barney! Come here. Oh, come on. Yeah, so if you step on him, he does that. That's it. He only appears here, and all you do is step on him, and he pops up bubbles. He's the most useless enemy, and I love him. Crafter World I never really played. I mean, that's about it. Like, the Topsy-Turvy. Like, what other Yoshi game am I forgetting? Okay, there's Bubba's trick. But I'm not gonna get eaten by him. Yeah, okay, so actually, Grim, I blame Grim. I was doing research for, my Name That Game to Tomorrow with all the games that came out this year. Neon White, I'm not the biggest shooter fan. Though I think it's a first-person shooter, right? Or is it third-person? Obviously, Splatoon is the exception. I really love Splatoon. It's one of the few shooters I really enjoy because of movement options. But I remember looking at Neon White and being like, oh, this is actually a pretty interesting idea. Because it's basically a shooter that's built around speedrunning ideas. It's basically all about, you're trying to beat the levels as fast as possible. It's basically speedrun the game. But then they have whole elements where you have, cards. I think that you can... I can't remember how it works, but you can either use them for, abilities, or I think they're use it for ammo. Yeah, each gun gives you movement ability. It's kind of... It definitely seemed interesting, for sure. It's a first-person shooter? Okay. But I definitely I like the concept of it. I don't know if I would enjoy playing it, but I definitely respect it a lot and probably would give it a try. Okay, after this one, I'm probably going to take a short break. Is it on Switch? I would assume if it uses gyro. Well, it probably is on... It's not on Game Pass, I can tell you that much. Or if it is, I'm just dumb. I mean, I have plenty of extra funds on Nintendo because I have credit card points that are, I usually use for that. Though I might use them for Game Pass here soon. I was debating whether I should use it for Game Pass and then buy Sonic Frontiers, but I still don't think I want to play that game. Not for Game Pass, but for, Xbox. But, Sonic, what's the word? No, I have a bunch of funds on that I haven't really been using for anything because of Game Pass, as well as I mean, I bought a few games on Switch, just not as many as I did, last year, probably. But I've used them for, a few DS games that I bought before the Wii U shop closes. That I want to have. No, not Sonic Origins. Sonic Frontiers. But I would play it on the Game Pass, or on Game Pass. I play it on Xbox, not on Switch, because the Switch version I've heard is very bad. And it's if I have a version if I have a system that can play it better, might as well play it on the better system. There's really no reason not to. I will, unless you guys don't want me to. I usually do. Typically. Or I could buy the new SpongeBob game that's coming out. It's on Switch and PS4. Yeah, no, so if it's on Switch, I get Neon White on Switch. Buy both what? Sonic... Why would I buy Sonic Origins? Unless you mean something else. Sonic Origins is just... Sonic games I already have. But... debatably worse, because they don't have as good as music. It's also a game I just don't like, because I don't like Sonic 3. I like Sonic 2, but I already can play Sonic 2 on Anniversary Collection, as well as, like... I love that the Nintendo Online, for, like, the Sega Genesis one, which I think is kind of funny that if that's the one that bumped the cost up, like people thought, it's funny that, like, people forget the Genesis even is a thing with that. They always think the N64 or, like, the DLC stuff. But, it's really funny that the only Sonic game on that still is Sonic 2. That's it. Sonic Origins comes out, I get it. It's so weird too because Sonic Origins comes out that year, so it's kind of weird that it was even on Nintendo's thing. But like, Sonic 2 is the only game. It's the only game you need because it's the only good one. I just find it really funny that it's only Sonic 2 that's on there. No, I don't... Summer, I don't think I would actually like Battle for Bikini Bottom, and I don't want to, like, buy it and then make Naron sad by not liking it. Well, specifically the remake. I might like the original, I don't know, but I don't think the remake looks that good. What? Carnival Cylinder. I mean, Mania is fine. I don't hate Mania. I think Mania is good. I guess, like, I bought it, I played Mania, I enjoyed it, I thought it was a decent game. I also just think I just, in general, don't like Sonic as much as I used to. I think people get too worked up on, like, Sonic Mania being, like, or like, I don't know, I think they, like, praise it too much when it's, like, a lot of redone levels, which I think is my biggest problem with it, actually, more than anything else. I think that's why I don't get excited about it, because it's, like, I wish it was all new levels. I mean, the remake stuff is good, and I think they do some creative stuff with it. I just wish it was all new levels, but, though I think also, there's been a lot of, like, Sonic likes that come out. This has been a pretty Sonic-heavy year when you think about it. Because Sonic Frontiers came out, for as good as that is, it did come out. And then you have Sonic Origins, obviously. And then you have Spark the Electric District 3, which is like Sonic Adventure, but good. Maybe, I don't know, I haven't played it. And then Freedom Planet 2. I think I need to be able to see him, right? Okay, there we go. It's so funny. Oh my! Your brother got Frontiers? I really don't have any opinion on Frontiers. From what I've seen, it seems like it's pretty not... Like, the story stuff I've seen is pretty good. Or heard is pretty good. But the game, I feel like, is mostly, like... busy work, but I guess I'm not one to talk because Fire Emblem Warriors and Pokemon are both busy work in a lot of ways too, so it's probably fine. I'm hoping Sonic can actually go for, like, actually have an identity from here, though, I guess is what I'm hoping for. Because I feel like Sonic really hasn't had a direction in a long time. As someone who never grew up in 2D Sonic, I think, okay, that's fair, Graham. If you never grew up on 2D Sonic, I feel like you would probably appreciate it more. Or people who are like really into nostalgia. Where I feel like as I've gotten older, it's not like I don't like nostalgia. Because I definitely like callbacks once in a while. I'm still a sucker for that, but I'm definitely not as much as I used to be or as most people are. Like, there are people who are like, "Oh, it has this reference. That's so cool," and I'm like, "Just give me new stuff." But then again, there is one thing that so I'm gonna take a break right now. But remind me when I get back. We'll talk about Doctor Who. So remind me when I get back. But I'm gonna take a quick break. And we will do the last 3 levels, worlds, when I get back. 2-minute break. So, be right back, guys. Welcome back. That first one, Summer, was the rest of Epic Yard. The second one was Galaxy 2, and the third one was Pikmin 3. But that was Epic Yard. Wonder if I shouldn't put the heater on a bit more. There's no ice levels in 2. The only ice level is in 3. I'll have that a bit higher. Alright. I mean, the first 3 worlds of this game are not that long. I mean, Woolly World and Yoshi Epic Yard basically have the same exact soundtrack. The first level, too, is not a nice level. It's a regular level. Oh, hey, look, it's Goombas. Unless you mean the tutorial level, but it doesn't count because it's not real. Like, tutorial levels aren't real levels. Wait! Wait a minute. Okay, maybe it almost seemed like I did like that thing in Yoshi's, or Super Mario World 2, where the yellow Yoshi can stop, but I did it as regular Yoshi, but I think I just ground pounded fast without realizing it, is what I think happened. No, Impact Site's not a real level. It's the Impact Site. That's it. It says it's not level. Do you consider... I'm trying to think of games that have, like, beginner levels that aren't real levels. Do you consider the first level of Mega Man X, where you're fighting the helicopter, an actual level? No, you consider the ones with the Robot Masters the actual levels. I think this world sucks because I think Marching Mills 4 is like the worst. I think that's my least favorite level because of how long it is. Okay, I should stop. I should actually try to beat Mega Man X at some point. Now that I'm a Mega Man gamer. Oh my lord, if I fall again. I mean, I could also just not grab the drugs. That would probably help. But I think it's funny to make the murr noise. Hey, Pond. Merry Christmas. Well, Merry post-Christmas. This would have hit harder on Christmas because it's a Christmas game. Everyone would be like, "Oh, look, it's Christmas. Yoshi's here." But unfortunately, I had to work. I could have done it on Christmas. I just didn't know if anyone would really. I feel like most people were probably busy on Christmas itself. Probably. Where am I going here? Oh, idiot. Like, I can't go anywhere. Oh, because I need this. Did I get overtime? I mean, I get holiday pay, so I will, like, this year I didn't have it, I couldn't take a day off, so I will get overtime, or holiday pay. Overtime pay, no, because I wasn't overtime, but... I do get extra pay, though, but I get extra pay regardless of whether I work it or not. It's just like, I can take a day off, or I can just get the extra pay, so. But they basically require, because people are stupid and they don't want to, like, share they pretty much require everyone to work shifts. And I found that working the night shift is way... Because the 1 year, I'm like, I don't want to work nights. I want to work days. So I, you know, can, like, be up at stuff. But they end up making me work both Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. For, like, 4 hours. Which I live, like, far enough away that it's not worth going in twice for that short period of time. Meanwhile, for, like honestly, like, in past years... my shift used to get out at 7. So, Christmas Eve kind of sucked as a shift because you didn't really... It was too early for, like, Christmas stuff when you got out. And by the time I woke up, everything would be pretty much over. And you're pretty much losing anything on Christmas Eve. But with the way my shift is now, I get out at 8:30, so by the time I get home, it's usually like 9. So what I did, and I've been staying up usually till noon anyway, so I pretty much just stayed up. I stayed up till like 1 or so, 1 or 2, and it ended up working out fine. I still was able to enjoy Christmas right after the shift, and I slept, and it was actually preferable than doing anything else, like, because compared to like if I had, the preferable would be to not have worked, but actually if I was, because I think last year I was off. Which pipe is it? Okay. Last year I was off Christmas Eve, which was fine, but then doing anything Christmas morning was odd because I had to work that night. So this was actually, I actually kind of think this I ended up working out better, to be honest. But they should give Nebbit a game. Who's Nebbit? Or you mean Nabbit? They should give Nabbit a game. They should. Oh no! Did I just read that? I did. Definitely look like you spelled it with an E. I don't think you can edit on Twitch, so that was just me not reading that right. What do you mean? Did I just say Nabbit? Nabbit is what his name is, because he's a thief. It's a pun, Summer. He both nabs things and he's a rabbit. Hence, Nabbit. How do you say it? Why are you saying, oh my god, to me? That's right. I'm right on this one. I will not die. I will die on this hill. What do you say? Nabbit? Norbit? I did read. You said, did you just say Nabbit? And yes, I did say Nabbit. You should make Nabbit and give him a game. They should not make a Norbit game. It's like that bad movie, isn't it? How has the theater been, Pawn? It seems like it... Well, you haven't really said much, so I assume it's not been as bad as it could be, at least. It's busy today. I would imagine today would be busier than Christmas. I mean, I guess... Well, like, were you off for any of the days? Like, I assume you were off Christmas, right? I would hope. But I would think, like, Christmas Eve, maybe. But they, I know for Christmas Eve, I can't imagine, like, Thanksgiving people usually go for movies for whatever reason. I don't know why that's a day for movies. But I feel like Christmas Eve, I don't know, I think it's, like, mixed. It's no Spider-Man. That was last year, right? Yeah. I was off yesterday, but we weren't closed. I can't imagine they were too busy, though. I mean, maybe, but... I gotta imagine most people, like, for Christmas, usually just stay home, typically. But maybe I'm wrong. I think Pawn worked every day because they have... I mean, this is true, but I like to hope. Rebellions were built on hope. My favorite dumb line from... I mean, I think that movie was actually good, but... I just love the whole rebellions are built on hope thing, and then using it out of context. There are so many, like, fun lines that you can use out of context for it. Like, I think that's my favorite thing is taking a quote from anything and then using it in a way that's just not that nobody would know the reference to, but if you did, it would be extra funny. I mean, I don't know, like saying rebellions are built on hope makes no sense in context. Out of context, knowing where it's from makes it funnier because you're like, oh, okay, yeah, it's from this movie. Also, it's really dumb that you're using that line right now. That's funny. I don't know. My humor is a little bit absurd at times. I think wasn't it in the movie once? It's in the trailers for sure. I swear it was in the movie at one point. Maybe I'm just, like, gaslighting myself, but... Thanksgiving is busy because Hollywood decided people want to see movies. I don't know. Apparently, everyone decided that Thanksgiving's not a real holiday and that we can just do anything but have turkey on Thanksgiving nowadays. Though I think, thanks to the pandemic, I think the pandemic kind of killed Black Friday a little bit. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but it feels like most stores, like, they still have sales and stuff, but I feel like it's not nearly as crazy, at least not around here. Maybe other places, but I feel like they kind of now just do, instead of just having it be one day, they're just like, what if we just did sales all month long? So I feel like it ends up kind of like not being a thing at this point. There are boob balloons. Okay, let's... I hate this level. I hate this level. I hate this level. This is the worst level in the game. Well, I don't know if it's actually the worst level in the game. It's my least favorite level in the game, I think. Or it's at least up there. No, I need you to go here. Okay. There we go. Oh, yeah, no, that was definitely cut. Because I don't remember that in the movie. I think Rebellions Are Built on Hope was in the movie. Regardless, it's a dumb line no matter how you look at it. It also has vibes of like title drop energy. Not exactly, because that's not the title, but it has the same vibes. I mean, I like the idea of this level. I just don't like doing this level. So I think we've talked about cookies in the past, but have we talked about, like, Christmas specials in the past? I feel like we have not. Maybe I have. I don't know. I feel like I repeat topics anyway, so whatever. But, I think I've decided that A Year Without a Santa Claus is the best Christmas special of all time, probably. It's definitely up there. But, like, not even for, like, anything except for the Miser Brothers. They're just so good. But no, I think people have been saying that Santa Claus is Coming to Town is actually really good, and I think I actually have to agree with that. Because I was looking at, we were talking about Rick and Bass specials, and I was actually trying to make a tier list, and I'm like, but there's not that many, and the ones that, like, it's pretty much either they're okay or they're just good, or they're really bad. Like there's not a lot of middle ground. There is I mean there's not a lot of lower ground rather. There's nothing like none of them that are like horribly bad. I hate those guys because they spit lava. But they also had that weird Cottontail, Peter Cottontail, like Easter movie too. Also, but anyway, I think Santa Claus is Coming to Town actually might be the best. I think Frosty and Rudolph are a little overrated. But then, like, when you get into Christmas movies, like, it's so weird. I was saying, like you either have two breeds, and this goes with Christmas songs, too. Christmas songs are notorious for, like, almost all Christmas songs were written in, like, the 40s or 50s or something. Like, they're ancient, by our standards. And we don't have that many modern Christmas songs. And the ones that we do suck. Like, there are exceptions. I really like, All I Want for Christmas Is You is, like, one of the best Christmas songs of all time, and that's a modern one. But then you also have Last Christmas or Christmas Shoes or stuff like that. So it's but it's just kind of weird that we have a lot of older songs and not a lot of modern stuff. Meanwhile, movies tend to be, like, either there's, like, no middle ground in that, because it feels like they're either super old. Okay, I think it was this one. Yeah, okay. They're either super old or they're I don't know if they're fairly recent. I think there hasn't been any recent Christmas movies. I mean, I know there was a recent Christmas movie, but it feels like what they have had has been remakes. Or, like, you know, like, one of the more recent ones I remember is, like, Christmas Carol. But that was, like, or the Christmas Carol one with like, Jim Carrey, and everyone was Jim Carrey or whatever. Like, but that was just a Christmas Carol again. But in the 90s, it feels like you had a lot of, like, different Christmas movies coming out that were, like, legitimately Christmas movies. Mostly comedies, I feel like, but... like Home Alone. I mean, you could argue Home Alone's not Christmas, but I don't really get that argument that people say Home Alone's not a Christmas movie. Because, like, yes, Home Alone is more about the wacky shenanigans of him. Is there not a middle ring over here? I guess there's not. Okay, well, I better not die. Yes, it's about, like, the wacky shenanigans, but the whole movie's themes are Christmas. Like, especially 2. I don't know about 1, because I'm one of those weird people who saw Home Alone 2 before 1, I'm pretty sure. And I actually remember very little about 1. I remember more about 2 than I remember about 1. And I find it weird when people are like, oh, Home Alone 2 sucks. When I'm like, Home Alone 2 and 1 are pretty much interchangeable. It just depends on which one you saw first. If you saw it to 1, you probably are going to enjoy that more. But 1 doesn't have the pigeon lady, so... everyone gets into that whole thing. The thing with Die Hard is I don't think Die Hard, like, whether you consider it a movie to watch at Christmas, like, whatever. I'm not going to get in the whole debate. But what I will say about Die Hard is, and Pawn, correct me if I'm wrong because you would know more than I would, I don't really feel like Die Hard has many Christmas themes. It's not really, like, it's... the most Christmas theme it is I guess, just, like, he is fighting Nazis in that, right? I think, or maybe not. The main villain, I think, is a Nazi, right? I assume. Maybe he's just a terrorist, which... probably the same thing, honestly. But anyway, like, I guess, like, hate, like, is hating Nazis a Christmas theme? If it is, then sure. This is true. 1, I guess, fair. 1 does not have him. Man vs. Machine. He's fighting Russians. Isn't the main character called, like, Hans something? Hans Gruber? Isn't that German? I swear that's German. Or am I thinking of a different movie entirely that has a different villain? Yeah. Well, wouldn't that be German then? I mean, I know like Indiana Jones does like Indiana Jones does mostly German villains except for the one movie. And he's apparently getting a reboot, which is weird. Or not reboot, but a new movie. Harrison Ford has got to be like what? Like he's like super old by this point, right? There's Last Christmas, a movie based on a song. If you listen to the song, it spoils the movie. I mean, the song also just says the same thing like 5 times in a row. In Die Hard? I mean, I guess fair. It's German radicals. So, Nazis. So Nazis. I mean, I guess you could argue radical could potentially be like the other end, but I'm usually they're gonna go with like Nazis, I would assume. Look, it's Kirby. We were going to talk, so, I saw on YouTube there was an advertisement, which, okay, I guess this is debatably spoilers for Doctor Who, I guess. I think there's no way you can talk about this without. So, if anyone is, like, watching Doctor Who, Summer, if you can just, if you're here, if you can do, like, a, Doctor Who N thing when I'm done talking about it. For anyone that like is actually actively following it but hasn't been caught up. But apparently so Doctor Who discussion starting. I haven't watched Doctor Who in forever. When I got into it, like, you know, probably 10 years ago at this point, actually. A little before 10. It was like right after college, or either just as college was ending or around there. Because I was, the 50th came out when I was still working, the year I was working at the liquor store, so. But anyway, so for Doctor Who, when I was watching it, I stopped. So the last episode I saw, because I watched Ninth Doctor, I really liked him. I watched 10, you know, obviously 10, 11, and then I watched into 12, but I was kind of falling out of it at that point. And the last episode I saw was, there was a 2-parter, and it was like an underwater thing, and I watched the first part where the episode ends where the Doctor, you see the Doctor's body outside, like, drowned. So as far as I'm concerned, he just died, and that was the end of the series. But, but that was the last thing I saw. So I didn't see anything of the 13th Doctor or anything like that. I didn't see the rest of Capaldi's run. I just kind of fell out of it at that point. But apparently, in the special they had where the 13th Doctor regenerates, she regenerates into Tennant, but that's not... She regenerates into the 14th Doctor, but the 14th Doctor is basically the same body as the 10th Doctor. And the special that they're coming out with for the 60th is going to be all related to, like, Donna Noble, and I think it's actually, what was it, Wilt or Wilford? The actor actually passed away, apparently, in July, I think, I believe. But he was on the set, so I believe he's going to be in it for his, like, last role. But it's relating to them. So it's like one of those things where I'm like, I saw this because it was recommended on YouTube, and I was half paying attention, and then I read the title and it said, for like new special. I'm like, okay, sure. Like, why is Tennant in here? Is it they doing the time thing again? No, he's not doing the time thing. There's no, like, you know, time shenanigans. He's actually the new Doctor. What? Like, it was really weird. But And they have Neil Patrick Harris as the villain too. But they it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I'm not always a big sucker for nostalgia, but like I kind of am a little intrigued because it's stuff I'm familiar with. I don't know if I could really watch it though, because I'm probably going to be like completely confused on some plot points maybe, but some of it I would still know because it's pretty much jumping back to like the fourth season of the new series basically, so. The guy who cries. Who's the guy who cries? You talking about? No, the one I'm talking about is the partner, the one who knocked basically the one in the special where the 10th Doctor regenerates. Like Donna's his uncle or I think it's his grandpa, her grandpa. Who's the guy who cries though? Capaldi. It's kind of cool what they did though, because they announced who the next Doctor was going to be, but they didn't. They just say he was going to be the next Doctor or something. And then when they regenerated Tennant, and they're like, oh no, actually the guy we announced is actually the 15th Doctor. It's kind of like a weird bait and switch, but probably people are like, oh, you lied to us. And people get so offended about being lied to for surprises, but. But I don't know. I've been so out of TV series. I probably should get back into watching something. Pokemon's the one I actively follow, which, yes, I've heard about unfortunately, I've heard about the news because you kind of can't. I hate how people are, I mean, with this news, I kind of get it. But with other stuff, I hate how people are like, oh, no one watches the anime. We'll just spoil it for everyone and just talk about it without even considering that maybe someone doesn't want to be spoiled. Like, is it a big deal? I mean, I would prefer not to know, but like so many people I've seen in different random Twitch VODs I watch, they'll be like, "Oh, hey, did you hear about this thing that happened in the anime?" It's like no, just shut up! Like, the dub isn't even out, and I mean, I could watch the sub, but like, no, it's awful. I don't like subs. I like dubs, but I grew up with the dub. But it's frustrating that people are just talk about things. But yes, I've heard the news because at least like it's official. It's kind of honestly makes me feel like I should watch Sun and Moon so I can actually have watched the whole series. Honestly, but I think it's fitting. Honestly, I think it's the right call actually. But I need to catch back up. I've been slacking on watching Journeys, and I need to catch back up on that. I'm a little bit behind. I say a little bit behind. Technically, officially, they're not out because they're not on Netflix. But Canada, the actual same dub is out in Canada early, so I can watch that. Thank you, Canada. It's Boxing Day, so thank you, Canada. Oh, Canada, I do know the rest of this song. Well, no one really added anything to the Doctor Who discussion, so I didn't really have anything to bounce off of. I'm trying to start a conversation to see what sticks. Feel free to bring up a topic, Summer. No, subs are... Well, for Pokemon, I maintain that subs are definitely not the way to go. Because... Though, apparently, I think the Sun and Moon dub sucked. But, I like the one for Journeys. I mean, it kind of makes sense. This whole season's been kind of a callback season anyway, so... But it makes me feel like Sun and Moon was even more... Like, they really should have just not had Sun and Moon exist. Because I feel like the... I feel like X and Y was... Well, Gen 5 is kind of weird, because the black and white anime is weird because they kind of feel like they were trying to reboot it and then realized it wasn't working. But as far as Ash's actual progression, it really makes sense for him to go from X and Y from winning to into Journeys, where he's doing the whole world tour thing. Having Sun and Moon exist is such a weird thing, because yes, he does win in that, but it doesn't feel deserved at all, because it's a fake league. And he wasn't even, I don't even think, it was a slice of life show. Like, I don't know, that one is like I just do not like, especially now that they're ending Ash's run, there's no reason why they couldn't have just not done Sun and Moon. But Pokemon is like, you know, I think it's actually probably a good idea to end it for like, you know, new generations maybe. I don't know. I don't know how many kids like are attached to Ash or not. They're like younger kids. Like I feel like they're attached to Pokemon, but maybe not so much like watching the anime. So maybe finding something to get more people into the anime who are like newer blood is not a bad idea. You were counting money. Oh, you're at work still. I mean, I'm not surprised, but again, I was hoping you weren't. I've done the same thing. If it's not busy at work, I'll put on a stream at work when I'm doing counting money and doing that stuff. It's not like there's anyone there but me, so usually. This week wouldn't, because we had people coming in to help plow, and it kind of sucked, honestly, because it wasn't supposed to be that busy, and then it was, but it wasn't really that busy. It just, you know, it went from being nothing to being something. So the best part of ending Ash's run is the annoying people can stop making the same joke. This is true, honestly. I mean, but now they're gonna make the joke of, now they're gonna make a different version of the same joke for a bit, of like, well, now he's an adult, or when are we gonna see adult Ash, or. I guess I lost some people. People don't like talking movies. Okay, we're on to Hookbill. Hookbill. I think I go down here. I'm actually not sure. What's the family stone? I think they've brought in, well, so far, they've brought back pretty much everyone in the Pokemon anime this season. Like, not even before they're like, oh, Ash is ending. I think, because, okay, they brought back, well, I guess Misty hasn't come back yet. Brock came back for that one special, which, honestly, it was kind of boring. I was expecting them to do more Arceus stuff, and they really didn't. Like, it was fine, but, I don't know, it was just kind of... not as interesting as I was hoping it would be. What am I doing in this room? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't think even this is where I'm supposed to go. But I don't think they brought back... I mean, obviously they haven't brought back Tracy, because I don't think they have Tracy's voice actor. It was easier just to ditch him. Maybe he comes back for, like, the... goodbye tour, who knows. I love the people who are like, though, saying, oh, well, they're gonna get rid of Pikachu as the mascot now. Like, no, they're not gonna get rid of Pikachu as the mascot. Pikachu isn't going anywhere. He's gonna stay forever. I will be, if they decide to replace Pikachu with, I don't know, what would even be the most viable mascot switch? I have no idea, but... I would be absolutely shocked if they got rid of Pikachu. I need a key. Where is the key? No, but where is the key? Where is the key? The Fairy Returns. It's a Christmas movie where the son is bringing his new girlfriend. She's trying to impress the family. He's from the To Tell Your Family Stone. That feels like most movies. Samurai Guy was Morrison. You mean Yajirobe? I was thinking more like people who actually like were. I guess he kind of followed Ash, but not for long. I am lost. Where am I going? This is so we're getting to the levels I do not remember as well. I don't think he did. No. Neither did Richie. I don't think anyone from pre-gen the voice switch has really returned. Besides, Brock and Misty did return in Sun and Moon, and Brock came back. But Brock also, to be fair, was also still in the voice switch for a bit. Like Brock still had like because he was in Gen 4 when they he was in Gen 3 and he went to Gen 4, so he was still there for the voice switch. But I mean, Gary came back, but Gary they just gave Professor Oak's voice, the new Oak voice, which is also just not as good. I think I need a Koopa shell. Hang on. I do not remember what I'm doing here. Dawn came back several times. They had Serena in. They had Bonnie and I want to say Bonnie and Clyde. Clement and Body came back. Iris unfortunately came back. Don't know if so far, at least from what I've seen, Scyllin hasn't come back, but he might. They had I think they actually talked about Dawn's mother on TV too. I don't know if she actually came back. Was back. I don't remember, but she was definitely shown off. And then who was the other? I went the wrong way also. All the Sun and Moon people. Which, here's the thing, ironically. I hated the Sun and Moon episode when they brought back the whole cast and they went to the island. I thought that was just like, I don't know. But they had an episode of just Sophocles, and he was he went to the Moss Deep Space Center, and they were doing the whole thing with Ampharos for like some. It was, I don't know. It was basically Apollo 13 but Pokemon kind of. A little bit. It had those vibes. But anyway, I actually enjoyed that episode. I actually thought he was pretty good in that one, to be honest. I actually liked him in that. It's not that I hate I don't hate the Sun and Moon characters. I just don't like the Sun and Moon anime from what I've seen of it. But I thought that one was good. Did he say the future is now? I believe he did. He also had a thing blow up. Because he was helping Ash. Ash was going to fight Drozna of the Elite Four for his which, I mean, I guess you could argue, oh, I'm spoiling the Pokemon animes too, but I'm giving heads up before I just blurt it out, and it's a discussion. But anyway, he was fighting Drozna of the Elite Four for a battle to get further in the rankings. And he went to Kalos for that, and Clement helped train him a bit in the lead up. Like they were trying to help Sir Fetch learn a move, basically. But yeah, and then Bonnie and Clement watched the match. Serena, so far, I would think maybe Serena appears again. The only time that Serena appears is that Chloe, who's kind of dabbling into contest a bit at this point. I think she actually becomes the contest person for this season. But Chloe, who was not really into Pokemon but has an Eevee, Dawn's like, you should do contests because she met Dawn. But then she goes to she's been trying to see all the different evolutions, like, so that her Eevee can see what they're all like and just experience them all. And the only one they hadn't seen at that point was Sylveon. And so they go to the contest place in the Hoenn, and whatever city that is. I think Slateport, or maybe it's not Slateport. But they go there, and she's trying to find the Sylveon, and she ends up, and she's also meeting up with Ash and Go while she's there too, and she ends up getting interviewed by whoever the person who in Omega Alpha and Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, who is like the contest person, who's like Wallace's niece or something. She ends up talking to her in an interview, and then ends up meeting with Serena, because Serena was competing against, I think it was her. It was I can't remember who it was, but anyway, she ends up meeting Serena, and then Serena, they have a get together. But like Ash misses the whole thing because he's busy fighting Wallace, which is stupid and funny. But then at the end, they see each other when he's on the boat, and they see each other briefly. So I don't know if they're like teasing that maybe they do get together, and if Ash is ending his journey. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of potentially a possibility. Yeah, it's something like Lisa. Lily Cove. Yeah, that's it. Gen 3 is probably the area I know the least, honestly. Honestly, I really like Gopon. I like Go, and I like Chloe a lot. I think you would like Chloe. I guess she's basically just... She's a little bit different than Serena, though. Like, so May was kind of, like, very general. But, like, you had Dawn, who was very go-getter, but, you know, she did the contest thing and had her own personality. Serena was kind of, like, didn't really have... Kind of had the no interest thing and just only cared about Ash, and then gained an interest. Chloe is kind of like that, but her thing was that her father's a professor, a made-up professor, but he's a professor. And everyone just assumed that she was going to do what her father was doing. And she goes to regular human school, like, that's not Pokemon related. But everyone's all about Pokemon. She's like, she just doesn't want to be, you know, do what her father does just because of that. Like, it's not that she's against Pokemon, it's more so that she doesn't want to just be held into something just because of expectations of her. And like, she's slowly getting into contests, but it's a little bit different than, I think, Serena, how she went into it. Because Serena had a similar journey, but it wasn't, like, exactly the same. Chloe's also a lot more reserved than any of the other characters. She's very, very reserved, comparatively. Like, Serena really wasn't reserved. She just didn't really know what she was trying to do in life. Which is similar to... I went the wrong way. I hate that this exists. It's literally just, hey, if you go this way, you die. She's just very similar to... Like I said, I think she has a similar path to Serena. But... No, Looker is not a contest. It's not Looker. Go, meanwhile, is someone who... I feel like they've kind of only started introducing this, but Go is somebody who's had problems with, like... I feel like they're actually, like, the best developed Pokemon. I do think that Sun and Moon existing probably helped them with some writing with the slice of life aspect, that they took... Going into Journeys, they took elements of that, but they still added back in the adventure aspect, which I think makes it work way better in Journeys versus Sun and Moon series. But Go's whole thing was that he always felt like people kind of shunned him. He was an outcast, and he kind of just ended up not, like, feeling kind of abandoned and stuff, and not really having any friends, and he kind of, like, threw himself into his studies, and Ash has kind of broken him out of, like, you know, actually starting to try to work together and not be, you know, trying to do everything by himself a little bit. You know, he was trying to find... His whole goal was to find Mew, and his, he kind of, he didn't. He wanted his first Pokemon to be Mew. He was kind of like trying to do everything himself, but then he's at this point he's gotten really into because he's Pokemon Go. He's trying to catch like all the Pokemon now. So as the show says at the beginning, Ash's goal is to beat Leon. Go's goal is to catch one of every kind of Pokemon, including Mew. I'll have to, like I said, I'm excited to watch the finale, or the whole, final season, and see what happens as far as, I know what the end result is, but it'll still be interesting to see it play out. Plus, I don't know, the good news is, nobody's spoiling anything with Go's storyline. I assume he probably does eventually meet Mew, maybe, but no one's spoiling anything with that or Chloe, which I'm actually probably more invested in, just because they're unique. But no, we're getting to the Santa hat here. Give a second. Hey, Sakani. They bring back Ingo and Emmett. Don't think so. I don't think so. They have brought back some random characters though. Like Karina came back as a lot of gym leaders and stuff came back, but she came back as a pretty big she was a pretty big battle with Ash because he has a Lucario now, so that was a whole big thing. But then they also had, I don't want this spoiled, but I really hope when Ash goes to the final tournament, he does use a lot of his old Pokemon. Because I know he's gonna visit some. I know they've definitely teased in the Japanese intro, him seeing Greninja again. But that was something I thought was cool about some of the earlier seasons, like season 2 and 3. Even though he had his set team, he would still go to the lab and grab some of the ones he didn't have before. So that was kind of cool about mixing and matching his teams. And I feel like that kind of died off with Gen 5 mostly. I think he did it in Gen 4. I think Gen 5 was the one he definitely stopped doing it in. Because he didn't do it in Gen 6 for sure. But I like that he mixed and matched the teams, and I'm hoping he does that again here. But yeah, so he has a Lucario, so he had Karina. They had the guy from the Ninja. They didn't ever have, or not the Ninja. The guy who he wasn't in the anime, but I think it's really funny that they finally, the karate guy from in Saffron's City, how you have the guy you get the Hitmonlee from, that random gym that was never in the original anime. They actually have it in this anime, which is fun, interesting in this season. It comes back because he goes and fights Bee in there while she's training in that in the dojo. They bring Wicksturm back. Or I say they bring him back. I don't even know if he's in the anime before that point, but he's in there. Cynthia's obviously in there. I don't think Looker's come back. I would love... Well, Guyball would... Did he ever evolve Guyball? I don't think he did. There is a random ninja, and there's that ninja girl who... I know Gen 2 anime was really good about bringing back a lot of the side characters. But then they kind of died out after that point. Look, if somebody makes a hack with this, that's just the same game, but Yoshi has a Santa hat on the whole time, I will totally play that next year. How am I not getting that much energy back? I'm trying to think who else they brought back. I feel like there was some other random oh yeah, that character came back, but I can't remember off the top of my head. They might do more of that, in the final section of the anime. I don't know, in the specials. this whole set of levels takes forever. I think at this point Slim was basically done with his run, give or take. I don't know if I'm going slow, though. Like, if we say I started at 7:30, I'm probably not going that slow. I'm racing myself. No, I'm at, like, when Slim did SGM. I would do a Yoshi Island race, but I probably wouldn't win. I need a Bumpty. Where are the Bumpties? Come over here. I feel like at this point I committed. Like, I can't not play Yoshi's Island on Christmas, right? Because I get yelled at. By myself, probably, more than anything else, but... This might be the best looking SNES game, I feel like. It's gotta be up there. Like, it's so good looking. I like, even like sprite-wise, I feel like it has some of the cleanest sprite work. I need somebody to bring a chairlift back. Or I need to trust myself to do this. Okay, there we go. Sure, Pod. I mean... Yeah. I mean, most of the late SNES games look really good. DKC 3 is just more of, like, you know, what DKC was doing, but, Kirby's Dream Land 3 also looks really good, too. You have the same thing with the, NES also. It's kind of funny that Kirby has some of the best looking games on his systems, and it's because he was some of the later ones on... I mean, N64 kind of, but, like, NES, Kirby's Adventure is one of my, like, you know, I think it looks really good. It's also one of the latest NES games. SNES, Kirby's Dream Land 3, one of the best looking ones. Also one of the latest SNES games. 64 was late. Okay, do I dare do the drop here? I don't know if I dare. The odds of me actually making it this blind drop is so low. Okay, well that kind of worked out. Oh! Come on! Oh, there we go. I guess Kirby didn't have anything on the GameCube, really. I know he had Air Ride, but that wasn't really a Kirby game. Kirby 64 by default ends up being one of the best looking games because of not having a lot. Well, it's also like 2.5D, so it can kind of focus more. I think Super Mario RPG has kind of like a unique look to it, though, Pond. Like, it's definitely it's that weird CGI trying to, you know, like that DKC does. But like, I think it has aged better than like actually early CGI, having it be the because I think pre-rendered graphics in general. I've said this before. I think pre-rendered graphics like on the PlayStation, like those backdrops, actually look way better than than actual CG backgrounds a lot of times. But they, I think it's interesting how, yeah, like it's not that it looks good. I don't know. It just looks unique. Mario RPG, that is. It's got a unique look to it. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the best way. It's a very compelling look. It's one of those games I don't think you could remake in a way that would look like if you remade a game like that, it probably would end up looking ugly. Maybe if you remade it in the style of maybe like Link's Awakening for the remake, which again, it's such a waste of an art style. Oh, we have this cute little toy art style. What are we gonna do with it? Remake. Could just make a new Zelda game. As a Zelda fan, like, okay, yes, I know F-Zero fans, you're hurting. You haven't had a game in forever. Zelda fans have been... We haven't had a game since Breath of the Wild. If you're a fan of 2D Zelda, you're like... You pretty much have no hope. Like, we're just not going to get a new 2D Zelda, I don't think, ever, at this rate. Because Nintendo's abandoned its side projects. 2D Zelda at least was on the handheld systems. Now, I think they've just decided that 2D Zelda doesn't exist. I'll take a Triforce Heroes 2, honestly, because I like that game. But anything... The closest we got to a 2D Zelda was Cadence of Hyrule. Which, while okay, is not a 2D Zelda. But it's so frustrating they couldn't be like, hey, what if we make, you know, a new 2D Zelda in this art style? But nope, we'll remake one of the... I don't know if it's the worst Zelda. I mean, again, there's no rule. I don't really think there's any bad Zelda games, personally, besides one. But, there's only one Zelda game I hate, and it's because it's the antithesis to what makes Zelda good. For me. So Zelda always tries to do new things in every game. In every single game, it's always doing something new, except for that one time when it just decided to not. I mean, it was doing new stuff, but it was so concerned with being like, "Hey guys, remember this?" And that's just not something Zelda is good at or should be good at. Link's Awakening's mostly just kind of there for me. It's not bad. It's just there. It's fine. I don't really have strong opinions on Link's Awakening either way. I never grew up with it, so I don't have any like strong attachment to it from like a, you know, nostalgia standpoint, but I also just I think it's fine. It's kind of like the Oracle games. I have more of that because I actually did play Oracle. Well, so my brother had it, and we rented it too, but my brother had it, and I played his, so that's why I never really played Seasons. Was never my thing. Like I think Seasons is fine, but Ages is definitely like the one I prefer. It's also what I like Zelda. I like the puzzles more than I like the combat of Zelda. Yeah. Or you can be like Fire Emblem Engage and be not engaging. Too special that you're not special. I haven't really looked up much about the game, and I don't know. I'm probably gonna still get it. But like, it's supposed to be a new Zelda or a new Fire Emblem game, right? I just don't feel like it probably has. I mean, again, I haven't really looked up much of the stuff, so maybe I'm wrong. But I don't think it has that vibe. It doesn't feel like people think it has that vibe. Again, speaking of throwing out things that are nostalgia for the sake of nostalgia. I mean, I think you would enjoy the one on the Switch, Sakani, but I don't like. I feel like, is that a better way to play it? Probably, but it also is just like play a different Zelda game. Like, there are better ones to play. Again, Link's Awakening is fine, but it's in the same place for me as like Zelda 1, whereas Zelda 1 is fine. At least Zelda 1 I feel like is doing something unique. The problem with Link's Awakening compared to Zelda 1 in some respects is that Link's Awakening it set a lot of more standards than Link to the Past did in a lot of ways, I think, because it did It's like the first Zelda game that really had like a story of sorts in terms of how Zelda's narrative. It was one of the first ones to really do that. But the thing is, every Zelda game after did that. So it just feels like a game that just has been done better later. Especially when you have Oracle games that are done in the same engine, but aren't as... See, look, Santa Hat. They're in the same engine, but they're not as... They're just better. The Oracle games are just better, I think. They're more creative. I mean, there's something to be said about games that are very, you know, basic and stuff. I'm not saying every game has to do something incredible or revolutionary, but... I don't know, especially when, like, you're comparing games in the same series. Because, like, if I want a basic Zelda game, I'll play A Link to the Past. Like, A Link to the Past I really enjoy. I don't think it's, like, my favorite Zelda game anymore. Not probably even close. But I think it's still a solid title. That's like, if you're looking for the most basic of Zelda games, A Link to the Past is probably your most basic Zelda game. Meanwhile, when you compare it to, like, because you have Link's Awakening and you have Zelda 1 and stuff that also fall in that camp, like, the best of the basic is going to be the one that's going to be the one you're going to think of, I would say. You feel like engagement exists just to capitalize on Heroes? Yeah, unfortunately. Which is weird, because I feel like Heroes is kind of tied down a bit. Like, Heroes has been out for a while. Why is it now that they're trying to capitalize on it? I guess they did well with 3 houses that are like, well, we can just... I don't know. Intelligent Games is weird. Like, I think they've done well in this era, mostly. Or Intelligent Systems, sorry. But, they also... I don't know. I mean, Origami King was so good, but... I think they were making the... I think the early 2010s was probably their worst era, to be honest, as far as, like, making games is concerned. I mean, not just because of Sticker Star, but, like... Because they didn't... Well, when did Awakening come out? When was Awakening coming out? That was... Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't think Awakening's... I think Fates is better than Awakening. But I think Awakening was, like, it was a game that had, like, it was great for when it came out. I think it was great for casual players more than Fates. But the reason I like Fates more is because I like the character designs better. Even if the characters are worse, they have better designs. They have feet in Fates. I like my characters with feet. If they don't have feet, what's the point? I just wish we could have, like, what is the last 2D game Nintendo has made on Switch? They've had to make some, but has there been any 2D games on Switch at all? Is there anything up here? I don't think this is the way forward. No, this is just for a flower. To be fair, I don't think Fates was any less plugged in, to be fair. Don't play Metaverse. Why won't I play Metaverse? Because it's 2D or because it's because it's all about nostalgia? Oh wait, no, wait, hang on. I'm thinking of multiverses. You're talking about Robot Man's Vanity Project, right? Okay, yeah, you are. That is a thing that exists that no desire to even touch. No, didn't you hear they invented they patched in legs, but then it was revealed it wasn't actually real. The legs were fake. I want a character that everyone interests and they all stick the same. I do think Three Houses is much better about that. Like the characters are actual characters in Three Houses. There's a reason people like Three Houses a lot. The problem I have with Three Houses, I think actually gameplay wise, I think Fate's actually probably is better map design wise than Three Houses, to be honest. In a lot of respects. The one thing I think honestly, I think I've decided that while I do like Three Houses a lot, and it is on my top 50 probably, maybe. It might go down, that because of recency bias. Shadows of Valentia is probably the best, by far. Best Fire Emblem. And yes, I know it's a remake that I'm putting as my favorite Fire Emblem game. First off, it's only a remake in name only because we never got Fire Emblem 2 or Gaiden or whatever. But secondly, it's way different than the original game. Like, it is what all remakes should strive to be. If only all remakes could be like Shadows of Valentia, because it is basically a new game. Like, it's not. It is a remake, but it is so much different from the original game. It's not even funny. And it's the first one that had voice acting. Like, it's got those 3D segments. Man, Shadows of Valentia is so good. The one thing people have issues with is the map design is from 2, so if you didn't like the basic map design of 2 Gaiden, then yeah. But I really liked it. I liked that one a lot. That's like that's easily like my favorite Fire Emblem, I think. But again, Three Houses is also good. I don't think there's anything with Shadows of Valentia I think is bad. That's the thing. Whereas Three Houses, I think the fact that you have 3 routes that don't have as much value because they're so similar hurts it, I think. It's the whole thing of like Odyssey having too many things to get hurts it a bit. But Shadows of Valentia doesn't really have any problems. So. Of Shadows of Valentia, they're not really. They're kind of different. I mean, here's the thing. There's no weapons triangle, I don't think, but there's no weapons triangle in Three Houses either. I don't think so, unless I'm remembering it wrong. It's kind of funny that the best games are the ones without the weapons triangle. I'm pretty sure Three Houses took out the weapons triangle. It took out something. Shadows of Valentia definitely didn't have the weapons triangle, though. I mean, it is different, but it's mostly better because like the writing is better. Also the thing is that you have 2 paths that you take, but like I don't know. It's just got a good flow to it. It's got an actual good story. It's got fantastic music, and the voice acting really. Again, I was somebody who always thought games didn't really need a voice acting, and I still don't really mind if a game doesn't have voice acting. It's not a deal breaker, but good voice acting can really make a difference, especially in visual novels. No, you'll have to look it up. I know Three Hopes has the weapon triangle because it's based on Fire Emblem Warriors, but I'm pretty sure Three Houses does not have weapon triangle. Again, or it's something else I'm thinking of. Some experiences don't support legs. Well, that's the same in real life. Kind of. You can't eat with your legs. Alright, how fast am I going to beat Sluggy the Unshaven? Place your bets now. Look, I love how he says he has no weak points, but he gives him a heart. Like, I don't think the baby slugs have a heart. But this guy definitely does. Whoa. I'm so bad at this fight. Why am I so bad at this? Okay. Okay, I think one more. There we go. The first time I did this, I was like literally on the edge as I beat him. You found the Grinch. His heart grew 6 seasons this day. I think he means sizes. It isn't there, but it kind of... It's because L abilities do exist for having you do more damage, yeah. It doesn't... Yeah, it doesn't really exist, but it does have, like, elements of it still being there. But it's not there in the base, like, way of existing. Goonie rides. What's your favorite Goonie? I like how this is an ice world and then it just transitions into a sky world. And then space. I mean, it's kind of interesting because, like, there's not really themes to these levels in Yoshi's Island. I guess he's mostly just traveling around the island. So, like, the first one is just grass areas. Then you kind of... I mean, again, there's not really... I guess jungle for the third world. I don't really think 4 has much of a theme, specifically. This one's definitely ice and sky, and then the last one is Badlands. I don't think I've played too badly so far, and I haven't had a cheat. I'm getting better at video games. Thank you, Cloud. I love you. Also what I assume Zack says in Final Fantasy Crisis Core. Maybe. I know nothing about Crisis Core. I'm gonna assume he says that line. Ask Sturm if Zack says thank you, Cloud, I love you in Crisis Core. I have not. I don't want to. Because if that wasn't apparent, I don't want to. So kinda, I don't know if you saw, but for my schedule for, I'm gonna be doing Mega Man once per month now, I think. So, we'll do Mega Man 3 in probably like mid-January, and then we'll do Mega Man 2 and Mega Man, in February, and then Mega Man 1 in March. So. You don't even... I mean, maybe. I don't see it on Twitch. Say that now and it will be. Nobody uses private messages on Twitch, really. It's kind of a weird, like, it's weird that it's not used more on Twitch, but... Welcome to Cloud World. Everything's still looking and sounding good, though, right, guys? Oh, you know what? I think I screwed up the crop. I'm realizing I probably should have cropped. Because has that black stuff been on the top of the screen the whole time? Oh, that's probably fine, but... I haven't really done... I usually just say screw it and do, like, games on Switch on the HD, the widescreen border, but... Figured for today, I'm literally only playing Yoshi's Island, so... At least with Mega Man, they have unique borders for that one. Yeah, at the top of the screen, there's like a black bar. Now that I notice that, I kind of want to like get rid of it, but... I mean, that could just be the... I swear when I was looking at the menu screen, I had it correct, so maybe it just is this level, which is possible. Because games do that. No, whatever. As long as it... I mean, it's not, like... It's not bothering anyone, right? I'm just a perfectionist. I know there are games that do that, where they, like... have, like... black bars in some sections, and then in other sections they... You know, it's... Like, you're like, oh, well, I can crop this out, and then you realize, oh no, other sections use the whole screen for some reason. Or then you can be... Or you can be Mario Party 8 and be in the era when widescreen is starting to just become the standard, but not quite, I guess. And you make your game widescreen supported, but only for the intro sections, like the menu sections with the big top sections. When you get into the actual game, no, we're just gonna put borders on it. It's the one downside of playing it on, like, transferring everything to my Wii U and only having a Wii U is, like, if I want to play Mario Party 8, it's not that I don't want to play that often, but if I want to play Mario Party 8, I have to play it in, like, you know, on the flat screen that has the borders. Whereas, like, if you play it on, like, a, you know, CRT, it's gonna be, not have those. It's not gonna have the pointless borders. No, I know. Well, that's me in a nutshell. I see things, and then nobody else sees them until I point them out. I shouldn't have said anything. What's your favorite puffin? Why is it huffing? Baby, come back. Also a song, I think. Yeah, this is Brown Yoshi. I don't respect the Brown Yoshi erasure. He kind of like, this is the only game Brown Yoshi appears in. Chocolate Yoshi. What's your favorite flavor of Yoshi? And why is it chocolate? Yeah, these are the levels that suck also for 100%. Like, this is one of the perfect examples, is this one and then Long Cave are both auto-scrolling levels that are long, and if you miss something, well, you're screwed. Alright, speaking of speedrunning, isn't it's Awesome Games Done Quick. AGDQ. Isn't that next? Is it next week or the week after? It's coming up, right? What do they have? I never look at like, as soon as it comes on, I'm like, oh, okay, maybe I'll watch a few of them. But what's actually on the schedule? Is there anything, like, really interesting? awesome game. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but I feel like maybe it's just because of the season. I feel like I like the idea of awesome games done quick more than summer games done quick. Specifically because it has summer in the name, but actually because I think like winter. I don't know. Winter has good speed game vibes. I guess I don't know. It feels more cozy to play a speed run in the winter to my brain. I'm also usually busier in the summer, so. A, B, C, D. That is not. I'm gonna make a organization and name it. I don't even know what you would. How would you make? Okay, hang on. What name could you come up with that would be? That sucks. Awesome baked goods cooked done. I guess. I'm gonna open a cupcake bakery and name my cupcake bakery ABCD. Specifically only cupcakes also. Nothing else. Only cupcakes. I mean, I assume most, like, baked goods stores dabble in everything. I don't think there's, like, any... They usually don't be like, okay, we're only baking cookies here, nothing else. I mean, there's no reason why you couldn't do that. I thought he got rid of them. Are you actually serious? They only sell bunk cake? That's oddly specific. I need an egg. I don't know if I can get around him without an egg. Like, I'm really not sure. I just don't really have a choice. Okay. Do you have a good Christmas, Akane? Oh. You know, I've thought about doing an all-day stream before, or again. But here's the thing. I pretty much do all-day streams as it is nowadays. I stream for so long. Probably more than I should. I mean, this stream won't be that long, because we're almost done. We're at 3.5 hours, and we're almost at the last... Well, again, I think I started this probably closer to 7:30. So we're actually about 3 hours in. And we're almost on the last world, so it won't be too much longer. So about, like, it usually takes me about, like, 4 hours, casually. But, a lot of my streams have been, like, 5-6 plus hours. I did see that. Yeah, you got one last year, right? But it wasn't Mudkip. I can't remember what it was, but I think you got one last year, too. I think you got a few before, but I do remember seeing that last year. The one I saw you got this year was pretty cool. There was something else you got that I remember thinking was pretty cool, and I can't remember what it was now. Because I think I saw... I can't remember if you... Maybe you didn't, but either you posted it when I was at my Christmas, and I was very... Because I had worked the night before, so I was probably tired. So I probably... I may have seen it, but then just, like, saw it. Or you posted it that night, which I think might be when you actually posted it, and I had woken up and was talking to people, and I think I like glanced at it, but didn't like I didn't have time to like analyze it in detail. But I definitely did see it. Phalanx was that was the terrarium? I thought you the one from last year was okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. There was Mudkip this year though, right? Luxray, Lavatar, Phalanx, and Mudkip. Are those all, like, your favorite Pokemon? Astrobot. Astrobot's pretty... Like, again, I don't have a PS5, but I think, if I was to get one... I mean, it's free, so I would, but I think I would play that. I don't think I would get as much out of it, though, because, I wouldn't get a lot of the references and stuff. I think it's weird. Apparently, a lot of people like Mudkips. Like, I didn't, you got the whole meme of I like Mudkips and stuff like that, but no, apparently people actually do like Mudkips. And, like, I don't know, Mudkip is fine, I don't dislike Mudkip. He's a fine Pokemon. I like him. He's good. But, oh, apparently people, like, that's, like, their favorite Pokemon is Mudkip or the Mudkip line, and I just would not agree is my favorite overall. But maybe that's just me. Square Bunny is by far my favorite starter for sure. Like, he's bar none. Like, you saw my top, like, 50 Pokemon. The top 10 was all... The top 5 was all bunnies. Okay, can I get anywhere from here? Can I don't think I can get... Okay, hang on. If I get... I need one of you to fly low. I don't think I can get anywhere. Screw it, we're just going this way. Like, there's gotta be a platform over here somewhere. Oh no, I know people do unironically. That's what I'm saying is, like, I don't even think with the meme that it was like people were saying like, oh, people don't actually like Mudkips. I think it's just like, I don't know why the meme existed, honestly. I don't even know what was funny about it, to be honest. But I just think it's interesting how many people really like Mudkip. I mean, I guess, like, I never really feel attachment to my first anything a lot of times. Sometimes, but not always. Like, my first starter would be Squirtle, who, like, yeah, I like Squirtle, but I wouldn't be like, you know, personally, I'm not, like, holy shit, Squirtle. I'm not saying this in the way of being like, well, if you do, oh, well, poo-poo. No, I'm just saying, like, that's not really, it's something I don't always relate to as much, because I never really something that I ever think about as much. Because usually I just, like, a lot of my favorite Pokemon are probably more recent Pokemon. It's a mix. I think it's pretty... I mean, when you look at my top 50 that I have, I think, like, there's a lot of recent ones, but there's a lot of old ones, too. Apparently, I kind of knew this a little bit, because I know Pond doesn't like Gen 2, but apparently I really like Gen 2, because a lot of my favorites are from Gen 2. A single blade of grass? What is that from? What Pokemon is that? Hang on, I gotta read back real quick. Look, Mudkip's typing is annoying, because in Pokemon Go, everyone uses Swampert, and I hate fighting Swamperts. I guess that's part of it why I don't like Mudkip. Not even don't like Mudkip. That's part of why I don't like Swampert, is because, yes, I get it, that the water ground typing is good. Also, I hate the water ground typing. They use it on so many Pokemon. And it's such an annoyance to fight against. If you have grass, it's good against them at least, but the problem is nobody uses grass Pokemon. That's really actually the reason. Like, who uses a grass Pokemon? Couldn't be me. Also, Mega, I was driving while it came out, but I'd yell at you for not continuing your tradition of pretending you're... I didn't! What do you mean? Oh, you're saying... Oh, you would yell at me if I didn't. Okay, fair enough. You would. Me, you use grass Pokemon? No, you use bug Pokemon that sometimes have a grass typing. Well, okay, fair enough. If that would be your second one, but to be fair, Sneaky, you do agree that most people don't use grass Pokemon. Like, if we had to pick, like, what would be the, and, okay, man, I'll get to your question in a second, because I did see that, and I do want to answer that. If we had to pick a type that people tend to gravitate to, it's definitely water. Like, water has to be, of the 3 starter types, I think water is definitely, if the Splatfest showed anything, it's definitely water. But then I also think people tend to pick fighting a lot and flying a lot, also. Gravitoid. Whatever. Okay, you're right. Summer does use grass Pokemon, but Summer's wrong. So favorite Gen 9 Pokemon. Gen 9 spoilers also, for anyone that cares about that. I think my favorite Gen 9 Pokemon... This might be a hot take. I don't know. Like, I think my favorite is Koraidon. I really love that guy. I think he might be my favorite. But beyond that, I think I also like... I like the Dolphin a lot. It's my favorite. I don't know. What ones are on my team? The Dolphin... like, most of the ones that are on my team are going to be in my favorites. Who all do I have again? I have the Dolphin, I have the Crocodile, which would not be my favorite. Oh, I really like the Ice Dragon a lot. He's probably my favorite, pseudo-legendary, honestly. Like, even his fully evolved form is still pretty cool. I love his second form, but I don't like his first form. His first form is really ugly, but... I do think on average, most of the generations you pick type coverage for the whole playthrough. Well, this is what's great about Pokemon, though. It doesn't really matter what type you pick, because the game's not that hard. You could pick whatever you want. But you're right, because there's so many water choices. But this is the thing, there's so many water choices, people are usually going to pick water at some point, because they're going to pick up... And also because... Especially in the old games, like, here's the thing, you were going to pick water or flying usually because you wanted a Pokemon that could learn surf and fly. And, unlike other HMs, those ones were actually fine to have on the Pokemon to use as an actual move. So most people would just have a water Pokemon on their team and or have a flying Pokemon. And even if that's not really the case that you don't need that anymore, people still are in the habit of doing that. Golden Go, he's funny. I don't mind him. I think there's a lot of designs in Gen 9 that I'm like, they're good, but they're not like, holy crap, that's my standout pick for a Pokemon. Like, I feel like Gen 8 had way more designs that spoke to me in that regard, at least. Can we please get to the moon? Thank you. They're also very common types. They're also, like, they put bird, like, because flying normal, there's so many flying normals. They always have a bird. They always have, like, also, the fact that any game that has water is going to have a lot of water creatures because of the fact that it has water. What else lives in water but water creatures? Nothing. It's water and water and water. Like, you have a whole biome that's basically just included for one typing, basically. That usually takes up a good chunk of the area. So just by, you know, process of, like, by having a lot of water-type Pokemon, more people are going to like water Pokemon just by sheer number. There's going to be at least one of them you like. Just by the fact that there's so many. trying to figure out what else was on my team. I'm really blanking here. I definitely posted it all. Sneaky, what was on my team that I'm forgetting about? You saw my team. Who was flying normal? All of them? In Gen 9, I don't know. But... Oh, the plane flying was Corviknight's regular forms was the first pure flying bird. Like the first pure flying Pokemon was Tornadus. The first pure flying bird was Rookidee and Corvisquire. Koraidon isn't pure flying. Koraidon was on my team, but that's not one of the ones I'm forgetting about. I had the dolphin, I had the crocodile, I had the ice dragon, I had Charcadets evolved form. I had the electric bird, which I think was pretty cool, and then there was one more. Oh, Tinkerbell, the giant hammer thing, which, I mean, I feel like that's dumb to say, like, that's one of your favorites, because I feel like everyone likes it, but it is really good. Baxcalibur, Palafin, yes, thank you. Okay, I did figure it out, but thank you, Sneaky, that is what I had. I think Koraidon's my favorite, though, honestly. He's just toothless, but he's so cute. Ice, Steel, and Psychic. I'm Ice, Dark, Steel, Ghost, usually. I don't really pick Psychic a lot of times. I am thinking of Ash. Ash's team does have fighting type Pokemon a lot. I gotta read these back because I was so far behind. You think Lokix is your favorite? Lokix is fine. Toadschool is silly, but like he's fine. I think you and Zany like Toadschool way more than I do, but I don't think any of the designs are really bad. Yeah, see, I think Gen 8 was stronger personally. I think Gen 8 and Gen 6 have really good designs. Gen 7 do have good designs. I think they're just not designs that speak to me personally, but design, competitive viability, style typing, and the evolution method are all make it great. Yeah, I can get that. I like him, but like I usually do tend to go with like the style itself, and I think he's a little bit too glittery for me. I think it's the thing to actually use. I'm not really big on super shiny. Like, I think steel Pokemon in general just aren't really my thing. Don't tell Sturm. I don't mind steel. I think I just said I like steel. I like certain steel Pokemon. Like Skarmory I like a lot. But I don't like most steel Pokemon tend to be, because, okay, my vibe tends to be cool and cute. Like Duat or Scorbunny or Raboot. Like, that tends to be what my vibe is. And so, like, ice Pokemon, water Pokemon tend to fit that a lot. Whereas, sometimes dark Pokemon. Whereas, steel doesn't really fit that, usually. It's more just, like, a completely different vibe. It's fine, Zakani. They'll just, when they make Gen 15, they'll add another evolution to them. I like that Gen 8 added a weak dragon. I wish we got another weak dragon. What do you mean by that? You mean the lighter dragon? Or you mean the ghost dragon? Oh, you mean like how Goomy is a baby dragon? To be fair, I assume the other one is weak. I don't know if like the baby Baxcalibur is or not. Yeah, I mean, that's cool, Pawn. I guess my thing with Toadschool is I just don't really care about mushrooms. I don't know. I like, he's fine. I don't have a problem with Toadschool. I do think he's a cool idea. I think what I would have got me more in realm of those Pokemon in general is I wish they didn't have different forms. I wish they had done like Like, they have the whole, oh, Paladin form, but it barely exists. They should just have gone all in on the convergent evolutions or whatever. That's what they should have done. But then they also want to do that, and they want to do, like, the whole final things they do at the end. Like, they should just want all in on one thing, I think, to some extent. Scovillain, Revavroom. Revavroom's pretty silly. I like him. Palma, I actually really do like his final evolution. He also has an interesting typing. Though I guess most of the Pikachus do now. Because, like, what? We had... I think for the first few years... Because Pichu and I want to say Pichu and Michu. Not Pichu also. Plusle and Minun are, like, just Pikachus but for doubles. I guess Pachirisu is also just pure electric too, right? For whatever reason. Emolga, then they started with Emolga is electric flying, electric fairy with the Dene, electric steel with Togu Damaru or whatever his name is, and then now electric fighting. So I guess they're just gonna start going through all the typings now. I think it's really weird we didn't get a new Eevee, but Tauros. And that's about it, actually. We got Tauros and we got Wooper. Those are the official Paladin forms are from them. They need more early ice types, yeah. Because the ice types come on so... The ice types are always... Like, the ice area is always later in the game. So they always are so far. Which is why Bug ends up being the weakest. Is because bugs are usually in the first area because it's the grassland. They need some late game bugs. Honestly, this would have been the game to do it, because you had a whole, like, mysterious crater. You could have had some, like, giant bugs from the prehistoric era, and they didn't really do that, but you could have. Yeah, it is really surprising. Especially because, now again, don't spoil anything for the anime, but I mean, at this point, there's no evolution. But, again, Chloe's whole thing is that her Eevee doesn't evolve, and is trying to choose what to do. So I thought for sure they were going to do a new evolution, and they didn't, which is so weird, because that would have been the perfect tie-in, but, I don't know. Yeah, they need to make dragon types be more common because they're usually just always strong. But to be fair, they also get shredded by fairies at least now. And yeah, we had no regional Meowth. I didn't think it was too bad, Sakani. Like, I did it pretty naturally, but I can get it if... Like, if you're trying to... Like, I can get why it would be annoying, because... Especially if you're trying to grind for... I guess just don't evolve it until you have the perfect one you want for IVs, but... I mean, I get why... Like, I get maybe not wanting a new Eevee. But I feel like... It would have been pretty cool... Again, just everything would have worked out because, like, there's a character that would have been perfect to have a new Eevee as their ace. Chloe's Eevee would have evolved to it. It just felt like the signs were pointing in that direction, and we hadn't had a new Eevee since Sylveon. So, but Toadstool. I like the baby form of the whale more, honestly. I like Dodonzo's Sushi more than I like him. But but they also are basically meant for doubles. Lokix is cool. Maplestiff is fine. Spidops is cool, especially when he's shiny. Hang on, now we're getting all the people in chat now. We talk Pokemon, everyone comes out of the word works. Bellybolt, Cloth. This is definitely your era of Pokemon, Pond, because there's so many weirdos, I feel like. Well, yeah, but special's now been split at this point, hasn't it? Is there really no other special-based, like, nothing that would be considered special left? For Eevee? What about Dragon? Yeah, but he's Nobunaga. I thought you didn't like Annihilate, though. I mean, that's fair. I do like Clodsire. Oh, darn it. Yeah, so we needed... So a Dragon Eevee would have been perfect. That would have been... And then it would have worked narratively, because it would have fit with that character for being, like, the you know, the dragon, the literary thing. And then having a Dragon Eevee in the anime, like, that would have been cool. What do they even do for a Dragon Eevee, though? Someone draw a Dragon Eevee. Here's my question. What type combos are left at this point? Like, now that we're... Like, what are left to not be used at this point? Because there's not much. Like, I don't know, because they're gonna... I don't want to Google Dragon Eevee. I want a personalized Dragon Eevee. It needs to be special. I want a special Dragon Eevee. Unused type combinations. Normal ice, normal steel, normal rock. Which you said why normal rock and doesn't really happen much. Same with normal steel. Normal bug also doesn't have much because they're just... Which is weird though because there's plenty of normal birds. Fire fairy I could easily see happening next time. Ice poison I could see happen next time. Rock ghost for sure. Well no, rock ghost same thing. Because rock ghost kind of like is already what rock and ghost already do. Ground fairy I could see happening. Bug dragon should just be Flygon. And normal ice. Gen 3 has so many Pokemon that are the wrong type. Like there are so many Pokemon that are just the wrong... Yeah, I don't know why Hanston wasn't Ghost Rock. He's just Ghost, right? Rodriguez also isn't... Well, he could also be Steel Ghost, to be fair. Based on his look. What was I? Oh, yeah. There's so many Pokemon in Gen 3 that are the wrong type. Like there's Swablu's evolution, which is Big Blue. What is its name? It's not Big Blue. Why am I blanking on this? Why am I not remembering what it's called? I know what it's called. It's Icebird. What is his name? Altaria. Thank you. Altaria, who is should be an Icebird. There is Flygon, who should be a Bug Dragon. There's probably other Pokemon. But Gen 3 has so many weird typings. Yeah, I don't know why Pincurchin was just electric. I don't know why Grapplock was not fighting water, also. Is he only fighting water Pokemon, the bear? Or is there another one I'm forgetting of? Oh, wait, no, fucking Poliwrath. What am I talking about? It's a very obvious one. There's also probably way more, but there's a very obvious one that I just forgot about. To be fair, I never use Poliwrath. I always use, if I was ever to use it, I would use Politoed, which is not fighting water. Keldeo, yeah, fair. There are too many water types. To be fair, it's not really a bug, though. I know it's bug-like, but... I like how we've all decided that his name is Octolocto, also. Like this... It's not his name, but we all just have just decided that, yes, that is his name. It's Octolocto, which is much better than his actual name. His actual name is fine. It's just Octolocto is what he is. He looks like an Octolocto. I think it's really funny that you find that. Well, you will most likely find that Pokemon before you find his pre-evolution, which is kind of it. Kind of sucks when you have those Pokemon, right? Like I do like Clobbopus a lot. He's very cute. I didn't use him because I got Grapple Locked first. Same thing with though again I don't really like his evolution, but same thing with like again Baxcalibur. I didn't ever find until way later his pre-evolution. I found a second evolution before his first. Well, I say first evolution, his first form. I think it's weird that they didn't make the Hisuian Avalanche whatever. It's weird they didn't make him bug. Because he's arguably even more bug-like. A little bit, but I don't think it really hurts as much as maybe like I think it mostly. It seems like it's more so, hey, we have this unused type, what can we do with it? And it usually works. Like, what's the one that, like, I think what they did with like Poison Rock. I mean, it's not unused, I guess, at this point. But what they did with Poison Rock for an actual Pokemon, I think works in this gen, honestly. Poison Steel, I think, also kind of works. What was the other big? Wasn't there like a fire combo that was added this gen? Fire. Okay, I guess you don't. I know you don't like Skolavillain. You don't like Skolavillain. I get it. I think it's cool in that what I like about it. Here's what I like about it, because I get your complaints, Pawn. What I like about it is I like that you use a Firestone to evolve him. I think the idea of using the wrong stone on a Pokemon and having it become something else because of the reaction to the stone, I think is cool. Because if he's just a normal grass Pokemon and then adding the fire made him like this weird, like dual-headed spicy thing, like I think that's interesting. I would like to see that concept explored in other aspects, where you have like a Pokemon that has a split evolution, where you could have like just the normal evolution and then one that's like completely screwed up because you used the wrong stone. As opposed to like, oh, only this stone works on this Pokemon. Like, make it so that a Pokemon can use any stone, but some of them just are not the right, like, just kind of like change up its physiology in a way that's not intended. Like, I think it's kind of a cool idea. Like, it has an adverse reaction. It's allergic to the stone or something. I don't know. Like, I think it's a cool idea that I'd like to see explored more. So I can't hate him for that fact alone, because I like the fact that the Firestone is what evolves him. Because you would expect that not to be the case. Well, Pond doesn't like that he's just like, oh, he's Peppers. Like, it's too on the nose, I think, is what his issue is with it, Multi. Melton probably should have been Steel Poison. No, I think Rubber Room is fine. It's mostly Skolavillain that I think Pond doesn't like, though. Hang on, I'll read back. Yeah, but Eevee never gets screwed up. Like, Eevee's always normal. I like... See, here's the thing. Snaky, Ryan, we're gonna watch the, we're gonna watch Pokemon movies at some point. And we're gonna watch the Pokemon movie with Volcanion. And what they do how they have him move in that is really cool. It's like how Golurk has his cannon form that they never use. Except for in Pokemon Poke Park. Where am I? Why am I in heaven? But anyway, I think the idea of having like a steam-based Pokemon is interesting. I think, first off, his design doesn't really, like, besides the pipes on his back, it doesn't really work with that. But like in the movie, he unhinges the pipes to like fly and stuff with the steam is kind of cool. Like, I think the idea of it is really cool. The problem is I don't think they really... It works way better in motion. It was not really the ideal Pokemon design for Gen 6 Mythical, honestly. I think it would actually work better now because you could have like it in a 3D space. Yeah, I guess because Marshadow, like... Here's the problem with Mythicals, is they only ever use them really in the movies, and then that's it. Like, I love Zeraora. He's very cool. He's also never seen in game because he's a Mythical. Get in my belly. He is in Pokemon Unite, I guess. Which I wonder if that will do, like, favors for mythical Pokemon that are in that. You know, I think River Room works. What were the other, like, odd type combinations in Gen 9? Like, I guess, you know, I think it's the ones that stand out make you think that. But, like, I think, like, Pond. Snom was the first bug ice. Even though I know you're saying it should be Bergmite. But he was the first bug ice. And I don't think it comes across as, like, oh, they had to do a bug ice. Like, I feel like Snom just... Like, I didn't even realize he was the first bug ice initially. It just feels natural. So I think they can make it work. I don't think... really toxicity being poison electric really feels that weird, honestly, or forced. Or Applin being a grass dragon. Well, Applin is an apple, but I think it's worth it for the pun. Frostmoth maybe, but like I don't know. I guess it doesn't really like. It's the ones that are the opposites, I think that... Like, I mean, I guess you could argue Bug Ice could be opposite, but it is the ones that are opposites that can be that way at times. But I argue Darmanitan... Though, again, Darmanitan, they never really did Ice Fire, to be fair, because they cheated. But Darmanitan, I think... It feels a little forced, but I don't think it feels as weird as it could be. Is Snom a real bug? When is there a bug that, When is there a bug that is ice in real life? There's a bug that has an ice shell? I like Toxel because he's basically Spike. It's also really weird that they added another baby Pokemon in Gen 8 for some reason. I don't understand why baby Pokemon exist. Why is it a breed of Pokemon? I do like that his form is based on his mood, though, I think. Personality. I think makes sense. Okay, I need you to not be on these spikes, guy. Thank you. Because the key is going to spawn. There we go. It's not a literal ice shell, but it's... Oh, the jewel moth caterpillar? Okay. I'll look at it when I have a chance. Is there who? Okay, who's the poison? Okay, so here's. I feel like what? Again, I feel like water was. There's no water's been done to everyone. Everything is water now, right? Because I feel like it easily got filled up pretty fast. Was there? What was the last holdout for water? Out of curiosity. I guess. Well, is there water fire? No, there has to be water fire. Who's water fire? Oh, and it's volcano. What am I talking about? So that was the holdout, was volcano then. No, water fairy was retroactively Azumarill. No, I didn't want that to happen. I need one of you to come over here. I think I can. I think I did this last year, maybe. I know this is possible because I did it. I know Slim did it. I swear I did it. I'm gonna do it because I want to fight Salvo the Slime again. If anyone knows how to do this better, feel free to tell me. I don't want to fight Salvo the Slime. There we go, first try. To be fair, Azumarill is really good. I don't know if I put Azumarill on like my top favorites, but they're cool. You showed me how to do that. Hey, Slim. Hope you had a happy birthday. Did you have a block ball of a birthday? You did show me to do that at when I saw you do that. I'm like, well, I'm gonna just do that every time because I hate that salvo fight sucks because if you run out of eggs, you have to redo the whole thing. So being able to skip that alone is just so nice. We're almost done here with Yoshi's Island. Come on, don't kill me. Haven't been doing raids. Apparently, like, Azumarill is really good for raids in Gen 9. I don't know. Okay, that's not what I knew that was gonna happen too. It's fine. This is just a warm-up. I was hoping I could hover fast enough, but I just was not able to. Well, the thing with the Manatee at least though is it's the Galarian form of having the different forms, so with like how it transforms to Psychic. So to be fair, I think it is 50-50, I would argue, but at least it's unique 50-50. Would you give me that? Because yes, it is basically just it's a fire snowman, yes, 100%. But he at least, you know, has a unique element to him that isn't really found in the other ones. What is Malamar unique about? What's unique about him? Hypno's not. Well, what's dark about Hypno? Okay. It's everyone's favorite level. How long will this cave take? Too long. I wish it's a long cave, unless I just didn't read the title right. I mean, maybe. I don't know what it's actually based on. I know everyone like is like, oh, but like, what does Hypno actually do in the games that's weird? I know in the anime they had the whole anime episode where, I don't think Hypno and Drowsy have appeared much since the first gen, honestly. But in the well, no, Go might have caught one. But in the anime, there was the episode where the they had that weird club. That wasn't. I don't think it was Hypno. I think it was Drowsy actually. No, it was Hypno because it was called Hypno's Nap Time, so it had to be Hypno. But there was a Drowsy involved. Oh no, hang on. It was Officer Jenny had a Drowsy that was trying to find the dream waves or something, and they found a Hypno. This rich club had like a Hypno. Oh my lord! This rich club had a Hypno for like sleep. It was like the fancy thing to do. They were all like taking turns being hypnotized by Hypno because that's what rich people do is dumb trends like eat gold on pizza or something. But they and they ended up accidentally like hypnotizing all the kids into being Pokemon. That was weird. Misty became a Goldeen. Oh no! Misty became a Seal. Sorry, I'm wrong. Somebody else became a... There was a kid who just became a Magikarp. Which is very funny. And like some kid became a fish, didn't they? And I'm like, oh yeah, there was that kid that was just a Magikarp. Okay, I really can't read chat while I am doing this because I will accidentally screw myself up. Just get to the midway. I do think... I've said this before because I think Yoshi's Island is really fun to play fast. I do... Oh my lord. I do think... the auto-scrollers are the worst part of this game. I mean, I've said I don't like the 100%, but the auto-scrolling... Again, I feel like Yoshi's really fun to play fast, and I feel like the auto-scrolling is just... does not work well with that gameplay style. I think auto-scrollers can be fine for some games. I just don't think Yoshi's one of them that needs auto-scrollers. There's also not that many, so when they come up, they just stand out all that much more. And also, this auto-scroller is slow. To be fair, when they invented Steel and Dark, I know they retroactively changed some Pokemon. I know, like, Magnemite became Steel Electric. Did they not do any Pokemon into Dark? Retroactively? I guess they didn't, did they? But they did for Steel, so there's no reason they couldn't have done it for Dark. And then, obviously, Fairy did, but they kind of had to for Fairy, because there was just... There would have been almost no fairies if they didn't retroactively do that. Though some of the Pokemon they made fairy arguably probably could have not been made fairy. I mean, Clefairy being fairy just makes sense, but... The Niddos are used to be. What you mean, poison? Was there no other poison Pokemon? Oh, poison ground Pokemon. You mean? What was the newest poison ground Pokemon? It was literally just Magnemite. That's weird that they didn't add, like, they added Steel and Dark, and they didn't, like, so what Gen 1 Pokemon would be the most likely to be Dark? If we were to pick one Pokemon that should be Dark that is not, what would it be? I'm trying to think. I guess there's not really any that stand out. Yeah, there are no Dragon Fairies except Altaria, which is only Mega Altaria. There's no reason why there couldn't... Like, Dragon Fairy I feel like would be so easy to make, too. Alright, there we go. I think I can still lose this, because I think... Is this... Did they have, like, a bandit here, or no? Okay, no, there's not. What was Gengar's typing? Oh, you're saying there's no other poison ghosts? I thought you meant, like, Mega Gengar. I mean, I guess I could... The problem with... Here's the thing, though, when it comes to typing. They, a lot of times, do color-code it, right? So they weren't going to make Hypno dark because he's yellow. What dark Pokemon are yellow? None. All dark Pokemon are either black or dark blue or whatever. Okay, can I do this? Screw it. I'm not going to do it. I know I can bounce off the Shy Guy at the bottom, but... I hate this level, by the way. See, no, this is what happens, is I get hit, and I lose the Chomp Rock. Then this happens. Screw it, I'm gonna do shenanigans. Let's see if I can pull this off. Well, I'm saying they usually color-code it. I'm not saying they always color-code it. That's why Altaria should be ice flying and not dragon. And Flygon should be bug dragon because it's green and not sandy colored. And also, it has bug eyes. What dragons do you know that have bug eyes and aren't bug dragon? Also, what dragons do you know? Okay, can I do this? Come on, come on. Okay. There we go, first try. I want to go the other way, actually. Again, shouts to Brown Yoshi, the most forgotten Yoshi. This level also has, now this section has like the, okay, I think I remember how to do this now. Let's see if I actually have. So we want to go down here. I know there's a skip you can do here. But heck if I could pull it off. I just need the key is what I want. Well, that didn't help me at all. Gyarados should be dark type. He's flying type, which I get why he's flying type. But I feel like Gyarados, but that's the thing, they didn't ever like, with... Okay, question. When it came to, like, replacing... I know with, obviously, Steel, there was only one Pokemon. But when it came to replacing fairies, did they replace any dual types? Or was it all single types? Because I think that's the thing, and I don't think they would replace anything that had a dual type. Unless I'm wrong. Let me get down here, Zeus, guys. And they were replacing monotypes. Oh, wait, like, was there Pokemon that were... So, like, the ones that were normal mostly, right? I'm not really mad about it being flying type. I get why it's called that, because, yeah, it does have that kite vibe. It's more so... I don't have really an issue with it being dark, either. Okay, this level went way faster than I have in previous years. Well, Blossom is what? Grass poison, and then... Because it's gloom, and then it becomes just grass, right? It loses the poison. I think there was someone else, wasn't there? That lost a type? Or changed a type, at least. Like, they didn't lose... They still had two types, but I thought there was... Isn't it like... What was Skorupi? Was Skorupi poison... No, Skorupi's not a bug, though, right? Or, wait, hang on. Was it Skorupi that was poison bug? Oh, Aragorn loses it when it megas. Okay. Was it Skorupi that's poison bug, or Skorupi that we thought should be poison bug? It loses its bugness on an evil. Is it poison bug, though? Or is it just bug? Well, I guess I'm not real. Okay, so it goes from poison bug to poison dark. Okay, so it does lose a type, but it gains... So, Blossom's the only one to, like, lose dual typing to become a single type. Whereas, there are other Pokemon that lose a type and gain another type. Specifically Skorupi. Well, Skorupi and Drapion. Look, people wonder why Pokemon is popular. Everyone was gone and started talking Pokemon, and now everyone's here, and we've been talking about it for an hour. People like Pokemon, guys. It's a popular series. Even Sneaky, who did not get the new generation of Pokemon, still talks Pokemon. Okay, come on. There we go. I actually think I have not been playing too bad tonight. I've had a few dumb deaths, but to be fair, most of those are looking at chat. It's a kind of cool Pokemon. Again, I feel like they've been pretty good on bug types recently. I guess Gen 8 didn't really have a lot of good bug types, maybe. Here or there. I know Gen 7 obviously is like bug heaven. But at least it's not Gen 6. Which we've decided is the worst generation for bug Pokemon. And by we, I mean you, Sneaky. The experts agree. Gen 6 is the worst generation for bug lovers. Expert team including of me, and me. I mean, that's pretty much the only bug, though, also. What are the bug megas for that gen? I think it's incredible that I like Gen 6's Dex, despite the fact that I think Mega Evolution really harmed the Dex creativity for that one. And as much as everyone's like, oh, I love Megas, I do think Megas... I think taking the idea of new designs for old Pokemon and applying it to, like, different forms and stuff is a way better idea than having it just be Mega Evolution. And having the Mega Evolution mechanic be transferred to other things that can apply to any Pokemon, I think is a much better direction, personally. Like, don't get me wrong, I like designs for old Pokemon, I just don't think Megas was the way to do it. And I'm saying this as a Mega, so I'm probably an expert, right? So... I'm probably just right on this one. Alright, there is Pinsir. Mega Heracross just becomes even more of a Hercules beetle. Beedrill is just like, what if I have more cannons? I think it's really weird that they added up. There's a ton of Megas in Mega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, and I forget they exist constantly. Like so many times, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a Pokemon. Partly because I just didn't use Megas in that game, but also partly because they're just not good. What am I doing? What am I doing, also? I was trying to read chat. I'm like, this is the worst time to read chat. Not that it matters, because this Super Mario segment is, like, the most unneeded Super Mario segment, I think. It's just, oh, you get to run through a few extra bandits. Okay, cool. For some reason, I thought that was a path downward, but it just was not. I think I gotta keep going. I'm not sure. No, I do not need to keep going. Actually, wait, hang on. What is this? I don't think I've ever been down here. What are those things? Why are they... They're the mice, but why are they so dark? Do they have a different name? I don't think I've ever been in this area before. What is this place? How do I leave? Where am I? Dark type. Okay, here this is hell. Bowser just casually having hell in his castle. Okay, that was not where I wanted to go. Why are you shooting those? Why is it suddenly shooting balls? What the hell? I don't remember this. Where do I go? This section should not be that difficult. Why am I blanking so hard right now? Slim! Where do I go? Oh, he's still here. Okay, it's gotta be somewhere in here. Okay. Well, bye. It's this pipe, right? Yeah, okay. There we go. That should not have been that hard. Alright, as much as I hate to do this, I think I am going to take a very short break, just to grab some water real quick. Like, super short, but then we'll do the final level. So I'll be right back, guys. 2 minutes break or such. I am back. Alright, you ready to save Christmas as Yoshi? The night before Christmas, and all was amiss. Baby Mario's brother was gonna miss Christmas. The Yoshis all gathered with joy in their soul to save baby Mario to baby Luigi and then eat donut holes. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. No. Oh, I hate this section. Look, here's my argument for why this is a Christmas game. Besides the fact that it is a Santa hat. But also, the Mario Bros. Movie is now saying that the official canon at this point is in fact that Mario came from Brooklyn. So that means that this can't be Baby Mario, because Baby Mario wasn't born in the Mushroom Kingdom. So therefore, this is actually a kid who admires Mario that Yoshi is saving. So he's saving this kid's Christmas by saving his brother. I don't know. I think someone argued that the logic is that Baby Mario was born in the Mushroom Kingdom, but then was sent away to Brooklyn, and then came back. I also think it's weird that it looks like the movie doesn't have... Like, okay, you mentioned Foreman Spike, you mentioned Donkey Kong, right? But then Donkey Kong doesn't even appear in the city, it looks like. He just appears in the Mushroom Kingdom, and that's it. That's where Yoshi's bringing him? What, to Brooklyn? I think it's really funny that New Super Yoshi's Island, Yoshi's New Island, god damn it, retcons this entire game and says, oh no, actually these weren't really his. This entire game ends up being pointless because Yoshi's parents, Yoshi gives him to the stork brings him to the wrong parents, and then the game just plays out again. All right, which number are we getting? The Yoshi blocks look so fucked up. I don't know. It was designed by Kamek. 2 is too good. I don't think 5 was on a possible one. I think 2 is the easiest one, right? Maybe? I think 2 is the preferred one. Maybe not. No, I don't think it's the easiest one, but it's not the worst one. The worst one, I believe, is 4. Okay, this section sucks, though. Okay. Oh, my lord. Maybe this is the hardest section. I mean, it probably is, yeah. There we go. Tall guys. Oh, that's all this is for? Why are they down there? What are they doing? Which one? The bomb? Oh, I do need to go to the pipe, okay. I don't think I've gotten this path that often. I usually end up with Tap Tap the Red Nose. Or, no, sorry. Tap Tap the Golden. Sneaky, how does this game rate for Conk Droid lovers? How would you rate it? A scale of 1 to 10, how much will Gawk Droid lovers love this game? 3 out of 5. I had to fight Salvo again. Why do they make you fight the in theory, you can fight Salvo 4 times in this game. It's ridiculous. Why? I think someone on the Yoshi Island team really liked Salvo and wanted to put him in as much of the game as possible. Because he's like the only boss I guess, again, you technically fight Tap Tap again because he chases you. But he's the only boss I think you refight. And you fight him quite a bit. You fight him here if you get this path. You fight him obviously twice in that in Tap Tap's level. In theory, we skipped one of them, but you do fight him twice there. Then obviously he's his normal boss fight. Okay, let's see if I can do better with this than I did with Super Mario World. This is my revenge for that Magic Koopa level. Kamek is basically Yoshi's arch nemesis, honestly. I know you fight Baby Bowser a lot, but it's usually because of, like Like, I guess technically in Yoshi's story, it's Kamek's not there. It's just the Baby Bowser. I don't think Kamek's involved at all because Baby Bowser just decided he was hungry. I think was the entire point of that game was that he was just hungry, so he took their super happy tree, and that made all the Yoshis turn to eggs for some reason. All the adults, so only the babies, because babies are the purest form of happiness. Where I don't know, something like that. The plot of Yoshi's story doesn't really make sense, honestly, either, but... But then even, like, you're right, because even, like, Galaxy, you fight... I guess you fight Camella. Here's the problem is, like, I guess Kamek is really... The character of Kamek is really only in Yoshi's story, usually. Because, like, in Japan, Kamek is what they call all Magic Koopas. They just didn't translate it for Yoshi's Island, but, like, because they're called Magic Koopas in Super Mario World, but they're, like, he's just a Kamek in Japan, I assume. But he's kind of like how, like, this one's kind of like Toad, how there is a character called Toad. This is the character Kamek, even though it's a part of the species. But, like, is the random Magic Koopas you see in some of the Mario games, are those Kamek, or are they just a Magic Koopa? I don't know. Because the reason why I ask is because, like, yeah, there's a Magic Koopa that attacks Mario at the beginning of Galaxy, but he also fights Camella. So is Camella, like, the Kamek of that game? Probably. And then obviously, like, I guess there is a Magic Koopa fight in Paper Mario, but obviously Kami Koopa. Is there a Magic Koopa? There's no Magic Koopas in Odyssey, I don't think. See, when's the last time we've seen Magic Koopa as a boss fight? Besides Yoshi's New Island. Well, I assume he's actually in Cracker World, right? Again, I never played it. That's probably the game... That is probably the Yoshi game that people have played the least, honestly. Mario Maker 2? That doesn't count. Everyone's in Mario Maker 2. You know who's also in Mario Maker 2? Larry! Only good games have... only good games have... Or games are only good if they have Larry Koopa. Which isn't even true because I think Larry's in a lot of bad games, but... You do fight him in... I guess you don't fight him in Origami King. You do fight him in Sticker Star. Or not Sticker Star, Color Splash. Well, you do fight him in Sticker Star too, but... Is he really not in Woolly Crafted World? I would have thought he would have been in there. Everyone rock out also. I hope Jack Black plays this song in the Mario movie. That'd be really sick, actually, if he did. He probably won't. Definitely after. It's on the Switch, so... Dang it. I blame Pond. I don't blame anyone, actually, but... I blame myself for just letting him get that close. Yeah, this has to be a Christmas game. It has rock. Only Christmas games have rock in it. I mean, it basically is the final boss of Yoshi's Island DS. It's just, instead of it being Baby Bowser, it's Bowser. That's my biggest problem with the Yoshi games. Almost every single one of them, the final boss is always the same. It's so tiring. Like I've said that I wasn't the biggest fan of Craft or Woolly World. But like, what I think killed it for me is after getting through the whole game and getting the same boss fight that you got in every Yoshi game, in a game that, in theory, should have been a little bit more creative. I feel like some of the concepts and levels in that game were at least somewhat creative. But to get the same boss fight again just was like, okay, really, guys? To the game's credit, the boss fight in that one is a little different because you're in a circle. So it's not like it's the exact same, but it is still Big Baby Bowser. Again. There's only so many times you can do that concept before I get sick of it. Granted, I didn't play New Island, so I didn't play it in that one. I don't know if New Island's good or not. Maybe I would actually enjoy it. I really don't know. I passed on it. Probably because I wasn't really crazy about the art style in that. It's, again, because it's 3D trying to be 2D. I don't think it just does not have the right look to it. I don't know. This is not true. You do not fight Big Baby Bowser in Yoshi's Story. You just fight Baby Bowser in Yoshi's Story, but you don't fight Big Baby Bowser. And I don't actually know who you fight in Topsy-Turvy, but nobody played Topsy-Turvy, so... What? I'm not... Oh, I'm like... Like grabbing it and throwing it right as that. Oh, it's like going over my head. Can you get any closer? There we go. First try. Yeah, it's really weird. What's even weirder? Here's what's even weirder, Snaky. In Mario & Luigi Partners in Time, there is a character that is Baby Bowser, but he has the bandana that Bowser Jr. has, but without the mask on it. So they literally just took Bowser Jr.'s design, but he's Baby Bowser in that game. But yeah, there's the Koopa Kids, there's the... I mean, I guess the Koopa Links. You have the Koopa Kids from Mario Party, which are like weird mini Bowsers. You have Baby Bowser, which is just Bowser as a kid. And then you have Bowser Jr., which is Bowser's kid. You mean the Koopa Kids from Mario Party? Or you mean the Koopa Kids, not the Koopa Links, right? Yoshi has saved Christmas. Look! Look at how happy they are that Christmas has been saved. Bowser Jr. actually did not exist at that point. The Koopa Kids are the second kid. Well, I guess Baby Bowser, but they're the second. Bowser Jr. is actually the last. Because Mario Party was the N64 game, so they're in that. Because they're in Mario Party 1. They're in Mario Party 3. I don't think they're in Mario... I think they're in Mario Party 2, but I think they're in Bowser Land. But they're definitely in Mario Party 3 in the dual mode. They're in Mario Party 1 as like a main in the starboard. Bowser Jr. didn't come out until Sunshine. No, I mean they're only playable in the GameCube, one of the GameCube ones, but... Well, Mario Party 1, I think they're only in the starboard, I believe. Eternal Star, which considering that most people hate Eternal Star, I like it, but most people hate it. You probably haven't seen them because nobody plays Eternal Star. And then, like I said, for 3, I think... Oh, no, they're definitely in 3. You should have seen them in 3, because they, when they come down from the sky with the item minigames, they also are there, or if you lose an item minigame, you get Baby Bowser. Or Koopa Kid, rather. I love this song, also. I did way back in the day at YouTube. I used to do, like, I had a few videos that were, like, my top favorite songs from a game. But it was no audio, it was just the music, it wasn't any, like, speaking over it. I think I deleted all of those at this point. Well, I had to have, because they're not up. I think this was my favorite song. Or if it wasn't, it was up there. Hey, Blue Fire. Koopa Kids are 1 through 7. Yeah, I don't think they're like... They're not always prevalent in all the games. They're definitely in Advance. Making a theory that Bowser Jr. is just one of Bowser's robots from Mario World. That would be kind of nuts. I mean, the Koopalings could also be that, for that matter. You heard of the Legends of Yoshi Saving Christmas, but on the day after Christmas? Look, I had to work Christmas Eve. Otherwise, I would have played this on Christmas Eve. Just pretend it's Christmas Eve. But it's tradition. I have to play Yoshi's Island every year now. Summer demands it. Because Summer loves... This is Summer's favorite Christmas game. How did the Koopalings feel that Bowser Jr. just came out of nowhere and became their leader? My thought is that, like, okay, Baby Bowser, or Bowser Jr., probably, when he's in Sunshine, is probably, like, what? 6, maybe? Like, he's got to be at least old enough to, like, talk and, like, think rationally. He's got to be, like, 6, 7, probably. So, up until that point, I assume the Koopalings are, like, maybe, like either they're actually Bowser's other children, or if we're going to do Miyamoto's new theory, they're, like, his dukes, or maybe the nephews and nieces or something. I don't know. Nephews and nieces might not be a bad idea. But regardless, even if they were his children, Baby Bowser Jr. is probably very young. And I guess it's like I guess it could be like a King Henry VIII thing where he wanted a son. So like Baby Bowser wanted like he's the next heir because he's, you know, he looks like Bowser. I don't know. But I mean, I guess no matter how you look at it, it would be kind of annoying that he would be the one that would be considered the next in line. But at the very least, it's not like he took control. Like, he would have been a baby up until that point. So that's why he didn't, like, you know, he wasn't able to do anything until he was old enough to, you know, do stuff. It is a Christmas game. Yoshi Saved Christmas. Yeah, but he came out of nowhere. Like, we never saw Bowser's wife. Who was Bowser's wife? Didn't want Roy to be king because he's too pink. Well, that's what Miyamoto says, but I don't buy that stuff. Though, even if they were adopted... Well, no, he says they're not even his sons at all. But even if they were adopted, that's still his sons. It still counts. I mean, honestly, here's the thing, honestly, Pawn. Your idea of Koopalings being robots makes sense because considering the fact that they're the wrong color in 3 and in World, that would make sense that they were like prototypes and that he didn't have the right paint color or he changed them up. It would also explain why Iggy's hair completely changes because he got a new model robot. Are we going to let the ice climbers climb the mountain? No. That's not a Christmas game. There's no Santa hat in it. Our heroes are bored. Is Luigi a hero? Also, it's really bugging me that the hats are not fully colored in because you can see the orange pixels behind them from the backdrop. Also, this is an SNES game, so you can't... For whatever reason, it won't go on the title screen. But I can reset. I'm putting this one in my align continuity alongside the Mario in Donkey Kong 2 is not the same Mario as in the Mario Bros. Bowser's kids are advanced Mecha Koopas. All of them? Nobody played Mario's Missing. Alright, Summer, here. You happy? You can go look at my score. I don't know if they're even here. Let's see. It is a Christmas game. Alright, look. High score. Good, perfect score. I actually did pretty good on the boss, the castle of that. Who's Bowser's brother or sister? uh I mean, fair, if they're his sons, who's Bowser's wife? Same thing. How did I get 28? Because I skip everything. Because I don't care about... Because I don't care about... First off, it's slower to get the flowers. Because you end up with... potentially getting the minigame, which takes time. I don't know how fast that was. Probably not that. I mean, I know it's basically 5 hours, but we started... I think I started the actual gameplay at like 7:30, and then I also took a few breaks, so I think it ended up being about 4 hours, pretty much. So, yeah, we were talking about that earlier. You know what other game makes 100% worse? Though, I mean, just getting anything in it in general, but TK64. But yeah, there we go. That is Yoshi's Island. We are done. We saved Christmas. That is it for tonight's stream. Tomorrow I am playing at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am doing a Name That Game Tune. It is the games of 2022, games of this year. It's the 5th annual Games of the Year. Name That Game Tune. Give me 55 questions. I really hope you guys come by, even if you're not into the contest. Come by just to listen to me talk about games that came out this year. Maybe you'll hear about something you might want to try. There's lots of good music. It'd be a fun time. Highly recommend. Yeah, we mentioned that. Crash 4 is really bad, about 100% for sure. I think that's about it. I don't really have anything else to add. Unless anyone else has anything else they want me to talk about. But thank you all guys for all coming. I hope you had fun tonight. It's a very casual chatting stream. I think I did pretty good with this game. Again, I'm not the best at Yoshi's Island, but I think it's easy enough to play. I had a few deaths, but nothing too out there. Okay. Ugh. Let me go see if anyone is streaming. Yeah, Merry Late Christmas. Hope everyone had a happy holiday, a happy whatever. I mean, technically, it's still Boxing Day, which is Yoshi saved Boxing Day this year. He ran a little late. Alright, let us see who is streaming. I thought, is he not streaming tonight? Let's see. Maybe he is not. Let me refresh. Well, it's still Boxing Day. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna call it then, guys. I don't know. I've just not been in the raiding mood lately, so I'm gonna. I thought one person was streaming who would have been an easy one to raid because he wouldn't be using the microphone. But I'm gonna call it for tonight. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you tomorrow for Name That Game Tune, and then I'm taking a week off next week. The next stream will be after tomorrow. Will be on the 9th, which is Monday, with Beautiful Joe getting back to that game, hopefully to beat it. And
And then we got some stuff in January, mostly casual stuff like the little Gator game, Mago. Apparently, I'm playing that. Probably a first look at an Xbox Game Pass game. Doing another one of the Mega Mans, and then we'll be doing Pokemon XD in February. So, have a good night, guys. Thank you for watching. Merry Christmas.